National Broadcasting Company. Now in its 7th decade of bringing you baseball's memories. Baseball's milestones. Baseball's majesty. And baseball's magical moments. NBC Sports proudly presents the Major League Baseball Game of the Week. Today from Wrigley Field, it's the Atlanta Braves versus the Chicago Cubs. The Game of the Week is brought to you by Miller Lite. For great taste, there is only one light beer. By Yugo. Buy yourself a little freedom and see how it feels to have your own set of wheels. By Castrol, the motor oil engineered for today's smaller cars. And by Radio Shack, a division of Tandy Corporation.
Yesterday at Wrigley Field, all the damage, if you will, was done by the Atlanta Braves. They won here 9-5 on the strength of 4 home runs. Hello again, everybody. I'm Bob Costas. Welcome to the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. Dale Murphy had 2 of those homers yesterday for the Braves. He's got 13 for the season. Ozzie Virgil didn't connect, but he continues to sizzle. 11 home runs in the month of May. With the victory yesterday, the Braves go a game over 500. They trail San Francisco by 4 in the National League West. The Cardinals won last night, so the Cubs drop a game behind them in the East. Today's pitching pairing, Ed Lynch, right-hander for the Cubs. He's 1-3. Rick Mailer, who won his first 2 starts of the season, but since then has lost 5 in a row, is the choice for Chuck Tanner's Braves. Now let's shift the focus back to one of those killer Ds. Here's Jody Davis of the Cubs with Tony Kubek.
All right, thank you, Bob. Jody, is there any park you know of in all of baseball where the catcher batter comes out and looks at the win factor more than this one?
No, I don't know of any park in the National League that the elements play so much a part of the game. You come out here a day like yesterday, the wind's blowing out 100 miles an hour. You obviously don't want to walk anybody because you put somebody on ahead of the hitters, and anybody can hit it out, and the wind's blowing out 100 miles an hour. And you come in here on a day like today, it's a little bit cloudy, rainy. The grass is always high and thick here, but the wind's blowing in, so you don't want to hit it up in the air because the wind will hold it in the ballpark, and if you hit it on the ground in this high grass, you got a good chance of making it out there, too.
How will it affect you catching Lynch today and also your hitting off Mailer?
Well, hitting-wise, I try not to change anything. You know, if you hit the ball good and the wind's blowing out, it's going to go out. But wind's blowing in, you got to try and hit line drives, low line drives to get them out of here. Catching standpoint, you just try and challenge guys. Don't want to walk or make them put the ball in play. The wind's blowing. You got to let the wind help you.
A lot of fun, isn't it? We'll be back to Wrigley Field, the starting lineups, right after this message.
Well, folks, Tony Kubek asked me to issue a disclaimer. He doesn't want anyone to think that he had anything to do with that killer D's idea. Nonetheless, Tony, it's your assignment to check the defense.
Your rapier-like tongue got you in trouble again. Martinez, Dernier, and Dawson, a much-improved defense for this Cubs team, which has helped their pitching staff, helped them win on artificial surface. They've got a good road record. One of the things Dallas Green, the president general manager, along with Gene Michael, wanted to do is improve the defense. Dunston has come a long way, folks. He can cover a lot of ground. Great throwing arm, beginning to hit. Sandberg, who plays it all around like he does. Durham, much improved at first base. Keith Morton, very steady, although he's got a little shoulder problem at third base. And Jody Davis catching Ed Lynch. Lynch in the reach as a starting pitcher until Steve Trout can come back. Trout may be out another couple weeks.
And there goes Lynch, the former Met, to the mound. He'll face this Atlanta lineup. Deion James, who was out of the lineup for about a week with a chest injury, has come back and is playing very well. Ken Oberkfell, who hasn't played second very much since his days in St. Louis with the Cardinals, but he's there because Glenn Hubbard is still hobbled by a sprained ankle, so Obi over to second. Gerald Perry, who had a home run yesterday, and he hit it off a left-hander, Mike Mason. That doesn't happen often for Perry. Dale Murphy, who hit 2 to give him 13 for the year. Ken Griffey, who came off the disabled list 3 days ago. It was as if he's never been away. Continues to sting the ball. Greg Nettles starting his 4th consecutive game at third base for the Braves today. Ozzie Virgil, who has hit 11 home runs this month, in one stretch hit 6 in 5 days. He's the catcher. Andres Thomas, the young shortstop, who was 3 for 4 yesterday, and the veteran pitcher Rick Mailer with a record of 2 and 5.
And as long as Deion James and Oberkfell keep getting on base, and now that Griffey's back, Bob, to back up Murphy with Horner, of course, in Japan, it's tougher to pitch around Murphy, so he's been getting some good hacks over the last couple of weeks. Ed Lynch, a very valuable pitcher for this ball club, probably will have his greatest value when Trout comes back to go back into middle relief or long relief. But he has done that the last couple of years, started on occasion, relieved on occasion. He is somewhat of a nibbler, breaking stuff, off-speed pitches. Kind of day with the wind blowing across from right to left or straight in at times out of the northeast, where a pitcher can hang a curveball and get away with it in Wrigley Field. The wind will hold it up.
The Cardinals won last night. They beat Nolan Ryan behind Tim Conroy. Tony Pena's back for Whitey Herzog. And the Cards have won 8 of their last 9. They lead the Cubs by 1, and look what Jim Leland has done in Pittsburgh. But despite all their problems, the Mets have won 4 out of 5, and they're within a game of 500 and certainly cannot be discounted.
How about former Cub Rick Russell? 7 strong innings yesterday, hits a home run to win it over with the Pirates. And when you got people like Barry Bonds, a great young-looking talent, Bobby's kid, Johnny Ray at second base, some of the other good young pitchers, here's what the West looks like, Bob.
San Francisco with Roger Craig continuing to do the job in almost all of them, throwing that split finger. It's the Giants by 2 over the Reds, and Atlanta's a game over. They finished last a year ago, a game over 500, 4 behind. The defending champion Astros right at 500, 4.5 back.
Cincinnati with Eric Davis back. Chuck Tanner, a happy man this morning, perhaps happier than before. He's a game above 500. And Doyle Alexander, who's been down in Florida, rehabilitation program for his arm. Didn't have a bad arm, but he was one of those holds-out Class A type free agent. He will pitch against the Cardinals, Doyle Alexander, on Tuesday night in St. Louis. Alexander will add to this pitching staff.
Deion James takes a strike. Spent last year at Vancouver in the Brewers organization. Come on with a vengeance for the Braves. Breaking ball called strike 2. Big John McSherry, the plate umpire. Frank Pulley at first. Fred Brocklander at second. Billy Williams, the veteran, at third. Took care of him on 3 pitches.
Ed Lynch looks like he got Deion James on a little sinking fastball. Deion James, who's gone into that Cecil Cooper style stance, peeking over his shoulder. Maybe taking something off, maybe almost at a forkball action. 2 nibblers on the mound today. Mailer and Lynch do not have overpowering stuff. They change speeds on their breaking balls and on their fastball. They don't want to throw strikes if they can, unless they have to.
And yet Lynch won't walk many. Through his career, he's averaged almost exactly 2 walks per 9 innings pitched. Oberkfell's hitting .329. Fouls this one out of play. A ball and a strike. Last year with the Cubs, Lynch was 7 and 5. He came over from the Mets early in the year. He had no record in New York. He's 1 and 3 so far this season. His last outing was Tuesday against Cincinnati. He picked up the save in relief. Line drive into right. It'll drop in for a base hit. Well, this Oberkfell is a pesky guy, isn't he?
He doesn't pull the ball a whole lot, but if you change speeds or get the ball down and in, he'll turn on the ball and get it to right field. Willie Stargell coaching at first base, taking the shin guard off. Oberkfell will probably put on his wrist. Well, he's going to give it to the bat boy and take it away. Oberkfell has a little bit of speed. Andre Dawson in what's a pretty treacherous day with a lot of wet and soft turf in right field. Playing, coming off that slight pull hamstring. Kind of day you don't want to start a player out on when he's got a bad leg.
Ball 1 outside to Perry. We got a look at Willie Stargell down in the first base coach's box. He's eligible next year for the Hall of Fame, and that's an automatic. Could be 2, though it's slowly hit. Sandberg gets 1 to Dunston, and that's all.
Awfully tough ballpark to get a double play on, and those 2 guys in the middle of the diamond can really turn it, but it is such tall grass that the ball just dies once it hits the grass. When the Cardinals come in here, they let that grass grow another 2-3 inches and pull the infield in because of their speed. A little slider that was right in the middle of the plate, and Perry was trying to take advantage of it, jerk it through the hole between Durham and Sandberg. Perry has good running speed. The grass slows it down.
Well, the Cardinals will be here in 2 weeks, so it's likely the mower will stay in the garage until then. Murphy hit one to right, whacked another to left.
What a jump. Ed Lynch didn't pay him any attention at all, but I'm not so certain that is a great play right there. With 2 outs, first base open now, you could end up taking the bat out of Murphy's hand, even though it is the first inning. Yes, Griffey is backing him up, but it's one of those where I almost would have thought Chuck Tanner, who wants to run a little bit more, not successfully this year, he hadn't been too successful this or last year, you might want to keep that guy in first base so Murphy can get his hacks in this little ballpark. He terrorizes this pitching in this ballpark.
He terrorized Scott Sanderson yesterday. Hit one fastball over the wall in right, and then whacked a blue dart of a line drive just over the ivy in left his next time up. Both off Sanderson, giving him 13 for the season.
Do you think he'll throw him a strike now that first base is open?
On the other hand, it's not a comfortable situation. Left-handed batter and one who's hot on deck in Ken Griffey.
There's a left-hander who, if you make a mistake, will hit the ball into right field, a little bit of a crosswind. Murphy will go out of his strike zone a lot with men in scoring position. He's had a terrible time with men in scoring position this year, hitting just over 200. And a lot of that is because pitchers don't like to throw him strikes.
2-1. Last year, Murphy dipped to 29 homers. Great year for anybody else, beneath his standards of consistency. In the previous 4 years, he'd hit 36 homers 3 times and 37 once.
A lot of that was due to the lineup around him. Not many getting on base in front of him, not a whole lot of protection behind him.
Breaking ball, he didn't get it. Murph had also driven home 100 runs 4 straight seasons before last year. Judging by his numbers so far this season, he's back on the beam.
Ed Lynch reached back for a little bit extra, threw a little bit more on the fastball, and Murph was late.
Perry down at second with 2 out. No score top of the first. And a 2-2 pitch coming to Murphy. He lays off and the count is full.
Eddie Lynch leaves those kind of sliders up high in the strike zone like that. He's going to run into trouble even with the wind blowing in.
Only Jack Clark has a higher on-base percentage than Murphy in the National League. Put those walks together with Murphy's batting average of .318, and he's on base about 44% of the time.
Murphy's stepped out. He's taking a lot of time. I think he's a little confused as to what to look for. He wants to look for the ball especially, but he's saying, is he going to throw me a breaking ball 3-2 with first base open? And he did. He wanted to make sure before he got back in the batter's box and set his feet what kind of thought was going through his mind. He wanted to zero in on one pitch. Full count with first base open. Eddie Lynch does throw him a little bit of slider that is just barely out of the strike zone. There's some umpires would have punched him out. If he wasn't the 4th hitter with his reputation, he might have gotten punched out in that pitch.
So that's his league-leading 36th walk. If Lynch was pitching around him, he did it in fine fashion. He really was nibbling. He was around the black with every pitch. There's a strike to Griffey. Lynch's last start was May 12th at Los Angeles. He was bombed in that game, didn't get through the 3rd, and was the loser as Rick Honeycutt shut the Cubs out 7-0. He's worked in relief since then. This is his first start since May 12th. 1-2.
I think Gene Michael, the Cubs manager, would love to get about 6 innings from Ed Lynch's starter. There's Herm Starrett behind Gene. He's the pitching coach. Got to find people to get them close ball games to Lee Smith, their ace stopper.
That curveball didn't miss by much. 2-2.
He is a nibbler, isn't he? He's not going to throw many balls to the middle of the plate. He just tantalizes you, and then he's the kind of pitcher, sometimes he's a better pitcher when the hitter's ahead in the count. They get a little over anxious with men on base, and he just nibbles at the outside corner down low in the strike zone.
Breaking ball grounded down to first. Durham's got it. He'll take it unassisted. And the Braves ran 2. No score as we go to the last of the first at Wrigley Field. '33-year-old Rick Mailer, a native of Austin, Texas, goes against this lineup: Sandberg, Mumphrey, and Dawson, Durham, Davis, Moreland, Dunston, David Martinez, who is hitting well, but Gene Michael prefers to keep him in the 8th spot rather than elevating him and putting any additional pressure on him. Good defensive outfielder. And Ed Lynch, of course, the pitcher. Sandberg settles in at .265 with 7 home runs. Fastball for a strike.
He has led off 9 of the last 14 ball games, Sandberg, and this is the defense he will try to hit a ball among. Griffey, James, Murphy, all with good running speed. Oberkfell, Andres Thomas.
Hubbard was incorrect on your screen.
Right.
It's Ken Oberkfell at second base.
Hubbard just about back from a sprained ankle. Not yet. We'll see when he comes back. If they move Oberkfell back to third, are they going to make a deal? He was rumored to be traded a lot during the offseason. Talking about Hubbard. Damaso Garcia down in Florida also. He's about ready to start playing in the minor league to try and get his knee back in shape. There'll be some roster moves on this Atlanta Braves team over the next week or so also.
2-1 pitch. Breaking ball. He goes after it and fouls it out of play. Mailer, as is his custom, started quickly. He pitched his 3rd opening day shutout, won his first 2 decisions. Since then has dropped his last 5, and it could have been 6 as the Cardinals got 3 runs off him last Tuesday in the first inning at Atlanta, and he trailed 3-0. Here's the 2-2. Fastball is whacked toward right center. Back goes Murphy to the ivy, and he makes a leaping catch to pull it out of the vines.
You're looking at a Gold Glove center fielder who's been converted to a Gold Glove right fielder. They are trying to take the pressure off him to give him a little more offensive punch as he gets a little bit older. Not have to run the ball down quite as much with as much responsibility in center field. He felt the warning track. He knew he was close to the vines, and the ball misses that little screen by about a foot. And if it catches that screen extending out in the field, it's put there so the fans couldn't reach out and touch balls. There were a lot of controversies. A great play by Murph.
Ball 1 outside to Mumphrey.
Yesterday or the day before, that ball is in the seats.
At the knees, 1-1. Well, that's the interesting thing. They always talk about the wind blowing out at Wrigley Field, as it was the other day when 7 homers were hit in the game between the Cubs and Reds. Nettles to his left. At age 42, he can still do it. Over to Perry for the putout. And yet, to complete the point, the wind has actually blown out this year at Wrigley. They keep close track of this. Only twice, and it's blown in 14 times.
More often than not, a crosswind. Nettles playing up on the grass for Mumphrey's speed. And a left-handed bat, and he makes a nice play. Now Nettles is going to have a little talk with Rick Mailer. He's got a little wet diving in the ball, but basically get a little rosin. Nettles still, on every new glove he gets, he immediately writes on it E5. He said, it keeps me humble. They must have heard your opening.
Let's hope not. Dawson missed 2 games with a slight strain of his hamstring. And this is his first start since Wednesday.
Can one man change the chemistry of a ball club? You bet. He's in your picture with a bat in his hand. Dodgers 2, Mets nothing. Welch versus Darling. Darling still struggling.
And the Dodgers as a team are struggling. Losers of 7 straight. 2-1.
Dodgers making that trade, getting John Shelby from Baltimore. I guess he's going to be their center fielder with Ramsey sent down. Also getting a left-hander, Brad Havens, out of the minor leagues for Tom Niedenfuhr. Both Lynch and Mailer throw a lot of off-speed stuff when the hitter is ahead in the count. 2-1. That was a breaking ball. Mailer beginning to throw a few knuckleballs.
2 good defensive plays have kept Mailer out of trouble here in the first. Started to say earlier in his last outing Tuesday at home against the Cardinals, he fell behind 3-0, then settled down and pitched good ball. He walks Dawson with 2 out. Eventually the Braves came back and won that game 6-5, and Mailer was not involved in the decision. So technically he's lost 5 straight decisions. And as you see, through his first 4 starts, his ERA was under 2.5. His last 7, it's almost 6 a game.
Watch the position of Leon Durham's hands. Billy Williams, the new Hall of Famer, will be inducted shortly. Brought his hands a little bit closer to his body. Used to have him out and have to make 2 moves before he got at the ball. It's prevented him from, or helped him lay off high pitches in the strike zone, and also enabled him to pull the ball more. The majority of his home runs have come to right field. Usually with Durham, it was the opposite field. He can get in on that, get that ball up and into the right field seats now.
The 1-0 pitch, down low. Jody Davis on deck. Three and 0 to Durham. Mailer has missed with 6 straight. The Mets get a run in the last half of the first. Lenny Dykstra with a home run. Guerrero had hit a 2-run homer in the top of the first for the Dodgers. Durham walks on 4 pitches. So consider the way this inning has gone for Mailer. Sandberg scorches one to right center that normally would have been an extra base hit, and Murphy jumps up and makes a great catch. Mumphrey punches one toward the hole, and Nettles dives to his left to turn that into an out. Then he walks Dawson and Durham.
You know, you think of the Cubs as an awesome offensive team. They do most of their work with their home run bats. They don't have a very high on-base percentage like Atlanta, who leads the league in walks. This is a pretty free-swinging team. They do not take a whole lot of base on balls. Their on-base percentage is 4th from the bottom. Atlanta tied for 2nd in the league in runs scored. The Cubs are in 8th place in runs scored.
Davis has 8 home runs. Takes a strike, breaking ball at the knees.
Jody Davis no longer tries to pull everything. There were times when with this ballpark, when the wind was blowing out, he dropped that right shoulder, uppercut the ball. Now he'll take pitches the opposite way when they're away, especially a breaking ball pitcher like Mailer.
Here's the 0-1. That one misses. The only catcher in the long history of the Cubs who's hit more home runs than Jody Davis, Gabby Hartnett, Hall of Famer, who hit 231 of them. Davis is at 105 lifetime.
I guess you can say of Jody Davis now, Bob, he's the best all-around catcher in the National League. Gary Carter coming off the knee problems, doesn't throw as well as he once did. Jody has thrown better each of the last 3 years. Johnny Oates has helped him call a better game, and you know what he can do with the bat. And this year he'll get more rest.
Got in on his fist, and a broken bat shot is barely foul. Now there was a case where Mailer almost got hurt by a very good pitch. He sawed the bat off, and by a foot or so, it misses being an extra base hit.
Again, it was a pitch out of the strike zone. Jody Davis tried to steer that high and inside pitch into fair territory, jammed himself. You can see where Ozzie Virgil is set up, and it's a pitch out of the strike zone. It's a very smart pitch. If he's going to hit it hard, he's got to pull it foul. He didn't hit it quite hard enough. He tried to steer it fair and broke his back. And Nettles came close to getting that ball, even though it was hooking away from him.
The temperature at game time on this overcast day was 51 degrees. Drizzled all morning, but nothing falling right now. We're not going to see the sun today, though, that's for sure. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball, he reaches for it, and Thomas at shortstop had a little trouble getting it out of his glove, but the force play is there as Oberkfell takes the throw. So, as the Braves did in the top half, the Cubs leave 2 in the last half of the first, and we've got no score. As we go to the second, Greg Nettles is the leadoff man for the Braves at age 42. Chuck Tanner apparently not afraid to make liberal use of him. This is his 4th straight start. That uniform's dirty already. Went diving to his left to Rob Mumphrey. Diving to his right to nearly snare a foul shot off the bat of Jody Davis in the first.
Bobby Cox, the new general manager, former Toronto manager, really wanted to get Nettles because he's such a great student of the game, feels he'll make an excellent manager, but also for run production. He said, yeah, we know he's slowed down in third, but he still knows how to play in position. But also, you look at Nettles' hit, he's got 12 hits, but he's driven in 14 runs. The kind of guy you don't look at a 230 batting average. He's a run producer. He can still get the ball in the air, pull anybody's fastball. He'll take the bases on balls. Oh, puff.
Nettles has 2 homers this year, one of them a pinch hit grand slam, which makes him the 2nd oldest player in the game's history to hit the jackpot. He does it at age 42. Tony Perez, curveball missing for ball 1, was just a few days shy of 43 when he hit a grand slam for the Reds in 1985.
He did not have a contract in spring training. He had one red-hot week, or a week and a half. We had a lot of home runs, and he decided to keep him.
1-1. Tony, I understand it's Old Timers Day at Fenway Park, and Dick Allen hit a home run, we're guessing over the Green Monster, off El Tiante in the Old Timers game.
Is Dick Allen still a hitting instructor, roving the minor leagues for the White Sox? The Hawk, Ken Harrelson, brought him in last year.
How can he in good conscience order his pupils to take extra batting practice when he never wanted to take it at all himself? 1-1 pitch. In fact, ask Chuck Tanner about that over in the Braves dugout. He had a separate rule when he managed the White Sox for Dick Allen.
Saw Mickey Mantle not take batting practice for the middle 3 months of the summer. Never heard him either.
Here's a pop that's drifting into foul ground. Moreland is there under it. He makes the catch as we go to Jimmy Cefalo in New York for an update. Jim?
Bob and Tony at Shea Stadium in New York. Lenny Dykstra got the Mets on the scoreboard with a leadoff homer in the bottom of the first. Pedro Guerrero had given the Dodgers the advantage in the top half of the inning with a 2-run shot. It's a quick start at Shea with the Dodgers leading 2-1. Now back to Chicago.
And that homer for Guerrero was his 12th of the year. Despite all their other problems, and there are many, the Dodgers at least have Pedro back.
You talk about home runs. Look at Ozzie Virgil. 14 already. I mean, he had a streak with 8 home runs in 8 ball games. And if they throw the ball inside of the part of the plate and a little bit up, he'll hit more. You want to keep the ball outer half of the plate to this guy.
He did not hit those 8 in consecutive games. There was one game in there where he failed to connect, but he had a 2-homer game mixed in. 1-1 with 1 out and nobody on, no score, top of the second. Watch Ed Lynch's motion, Tony.
He will sometimes drop down almost a sidearm. Many times, and you saw Tom Seaver do that many times in his career, when a pitcher looks down, is in his delivery, it's not just that he's taking his eye off the strike zone. Sometimes they're looking at the spot at which they're going to step. And sometimes they change their stride. Breaking ball, he might make it shorter, get on top more. They want to get the ball away to right-handed hitter. They might step a little more to the left and open up more.
Called strike 3 on the fastball. It's the second strikeout for Lynch.
The problem for this ball club, obviously the Cubs, is to try and stay healthy, but also to get somebody to help them in middle relief. Lynch could be that guy when Trout comes back. I gotta wonder if Trout will be effective after missing about a month of actual competition, a little over a month possibly.
Trout still on the disabled list with that bruised left thigh. Andres Thomas 3 for 4 yesterday.
He's a strong guy. He hits the ball very hard to right center field. They try and bunch him. The left fielder and right fielder bunch him toward the middle, give him the lines. You get the ball up out over the plate, he'll drive it to right center field and try and bury him inside. He can turn on the ball, get it to left center.
Unless you've spent the last many years on another planet, you know this telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. 2-1. In the air to right center, but this one's an easy chance for Dawson. And Lynch works a 1-2-3 second inning. We'll return to Wrigley in a moment. Here's a surprising stat in my book. Obviously, not all of these Cub teams have been contenders. In fact, most of them haven't been. But for all their other weaknesses, you always think of the Cubs as a team that produces a lot of runs, done in sometimes by a lack of speed, poor pitching. And yet, in the last 15 years, only 3 Cubs have topped 100 RBIs. Kingman, Buckner, and this fella at the plate, Keith Moreland.
None of them have come close to the Major League record set by a club either, have they? 190.
Hack Wilson, back in the 30s, played here for the Cubs. Had that remarkable year where he drove in 190.
In fact, this is an anniversary date of one of Hack Wilson's famous home runs. First play ever hit a home run off the Wrigley Field scoreboard, center field. It was at ground level back in 1926. There it is. Later that evening, Hack was arrested at a friend's house, drinking beer in violation of the Prohibition Act. Died somewhat of a tragic death.
Breaking ball is bounced up the middle. Here's Andres Thomas with plenty of time, and that's the first out in the last half of the second. Arrested at the friend's house?
Yep. Violated the Prohibition Act, 1926.
Little moonshine liquor.
Straight beer. Was that last pitch a knuckleball that Mailer threw? I'm not certain. Bruce Del Canton, the pitching coach, was a hard throw at one time in his career. Then he had arm problems. He became a knuckleball pitcher. It might be the time when Mailer's been frustrated with 5 consecutive losses, as you said, that he's going to throw a few knuckleballs with the wind blowing in. Show him that extra pitch.
Dunston's average is finally up over 200 at 207. In the last week, he stung the ball. Well, he really struggled before that. Pitch. Curveball swung on and missed.
He overswings so much. Billy Williams, the hitting instructor, talks about Dunston's great bat speed through the strike zone. Sometimes he waits so long that he almost jerks his head and tries to swing too fast, out of control. And Billy has tried to be a calming influence on Sean Dunston. Andre Dawson has already, I think, just his presence in the clubhouse. The one thing they've been able to do with Dunston is separate his offense from his defense, Bob.
He's continued to play very well at short, despite his troubles at the plate. The 1-1 pitch. check swing back to the mound. Mailer has it. 2 quick outs.
Rick's brother Mickey out of baseball for the first time in a lot of years. Toronto had him last year. Mickey, the left-hander, has pitched the Dominican Republic for years and years. Finally didn't pitch this year. Rick said if he had an offer to go to Japan, he might take it, but apparently he has not had an offer yet.
What was Mickey Mailer's line? He's always had a good sense of perspective about his own career. He said, teams think it's chic to release Mickey Mailer. And he was released about 10 or 11 times from different organizations. Young center fielder David Martinez takes ball 1 inside. He went to the ivy in dead center to make a nice running over-the-shoulder catch on a drive hit by Deion James here yesterday.
Billy Williams working with him defensively on balls hit over his head. He's a pretty disciplined young hitter. He's the guy that someday Gene Michael, perhaps before this season is over, moves into the leadoff spot. He hangs tough against left-handers. Dernier platoons with him in center field.
2-0 pitch. And he pops it into shallow left. Griffey is there, and that'll do it. The Cubs go in order in the last half of the second, and we'll be right back after these messages from your local station. Even before Chuck Tanner negotiated his contract with Ted Turner, he owned a victory against the Atlanta owner, because Tanner was in the other dugout in May of '77 managing the Pirates when Turner got the notion that he should manage the Braves, which he did for one night, and the Pirates won that game. So technically Tanner has Turner head-to-head 1-0. Actually, Chris Cannizzaro, one of the coaches, was in the dugout with Turner and probably called a lot of the shots. It was a close game, as I recall. I think the Pirates won 2-1. It might have been Dave Bristol who was there as a coach at that time.
Chuck, with his son, is a pretty good pitching prospect, Bruce, although he just had to undergo knee surgery a few weeks back. Ed Lynch having no mercy, dropping down with 1 strike from the side to his fellow pitcher.
Mailer's a decent hitter. 2-1 the count to him.
John McSherry.
Got John McSherry. I'd like to see John McSherry, Ken Kaiser, and Eric Gregg work on the same crew.
You think that doesn't sting? First thing they do is get the mask off and check the bar to see if anything's cracked.
Mailer hits this one into right field. Dawson hasn't played well and goes to the line to make the catch.
Did you see how fast Mailer hustled down the first baseline in case that ball had dropped in? The word got around with Andre Dawson with that great throwing arm when he threw Mason out at first base.
Roger Mason then with the Giants, since sent back to the minor leagues, lines an apparent single to right here at Wrigley. Dawson plays it on 1 hop and throws a bullet to first to get him.
Marlin has creeped in very, very closely at third base in case Deion James tries to drop a ball down. What an important man James is, not just defensively in center field. When he was in the Brewers organization, he dislocated that shoulder a couple of times, once in winter ball diving for balls. If he continues to get on base, he's the leadoff hitter they've been looking for since Brett Butler left the ball club, went to Cleveland.
2-0 to James, who struck out on 3 pitches in the first. We're in the top half of the third. No score at Wrigley. Still 2-1 at Shea. Guerrero's homer gave the Dodgers a 2-0 lead. Dykstra's homer cut it in half for the Mets. Line drive caught at second base by Sandberg.
You can teach fielding techniques, hitting techniques, mechanics of pitching, but you can't teach instinct. And Ryne Sandberg has that, plus a lot more. He always seems to be moving before the ball leaves the bat. he makes everything look easy. When he hits the ball hard with that upper body strength he's got in the last few years, the ball jumps, swings very easy. Made that play look easy.
Obergfell is now 2 for 2 as he laces this one into right center. It dies on the wet grass, and against Dawson's arm, he'll stop at first with 2 out. The throw got by, but Obergfell had already retreated.
They can talk all they want about what Andre Dawson has meant to this ball club offensively, but the pitching staff raves about how many extra base hits he's cut down, how many runners he's already thrown out or prevented going first and third or trying to steal. You talk to third base coaches now, and Russ Nixon for Atlanta, he said there's no way I'm running that guy in right field. He gets to balls that people don't, and he gets rid of the ball with something on it better than anybody. And his agent, Dick Moss, apparently has begun some contract negotiations with Dallas Green over the last couple of days. And Andre can't become a free agent, but he can go to arbitration after this season. I would think they want to sign Dawson to a multi-year contract for what he really deserves, not $600,000 a year.
If that isn't one of the all-time deals, fill in the blank. I mean, to put it in perspective, the Cubs are paying Ed Lynch, today's pitcher, as Perry hits one softly into right and Dawson comes on to make the catch. They're paying Lynch just about what they're paying Dawson. The deal of the decade. Keeping with the D theme, we're gone.
With the short dimensions in Wrigley, and when that wind blows out, you try and give your pitcher a little bit of an advantage. The advantage they try and give here is the groundkeeper. Let grass grow a little taller so that when you throw sinker balls, your infielder's got a chance to get it. What park's prettier than this with that ivy? Fans reach out and touch the ball players in the corners.
Lynch is 0 for 6 as a hitter this year. Takes strike 1.
Ted Power, the power pitcher from Cincinnati Reds the other day, didn't enjoy this park.
No, he had
hit
some
one in the center field,
profane suggestions for what they should do with the place. Here's the 1-1. Curveball fouled out of play.
He said as soon as I leave, they can burn it down as far as he's concerned. Sean Dunson hit a ball a couple of days ago that was a pop-up behind short. The wind, as Jody Davis characterized it, blowing 100 miles an hour out. The pop-up behind short became a home run in the left field seats. It's 368 to Power alleys.
Two and 2 to Lynch, leading off last half of the third. No score. And Mailer records his first strikeout as Lynch goes down swinging.
Once again, the controversy starts swirling again with the lights or no lights here. The Cubs trying to get the legislation passed. I guess the city council, whatever the legislative body is, so they can put lights to have at least 18 night games if there is postseason play. The network's having a contract to do night games, or the money has to be given back, so we're trying to get some legislation repealed so they can put light standards up, add people to make it 50,000 seating capacity.
Sandberg was robbed of an extra base hit on Murphy's leaping catch in the first inning. He takes ball 1.
You lose a couple of RBI opportunities, perhaps a game, when you get a Sandberg with his bat hitting in the leadoff spot. Yeah, he only does leadoff once usually in the course of the ball game, but all the other times throughout the ball game he's hitting behind that pitcher.
One pitch. Broken bat roll it is short. Thomas comes up with it and throws him out. Did you see the way that ball almost failed to reach Thomas where he was standing on a routine grounder? Once it got through that high grass, it almost stopped short of the dirt.
You could lose a village of pygmies in that grass as tall as it is.
Of course, that infield grass not as wet as the outfield turf because that was covered up until game time.
Another shortstop from the Dominican Republic. San Pedro de Macorís area, and Andres Thomas. And another one sitting on the bench. maybe trade bait in Rafael Ramirez. I'd say Boston may be interested in him now. Of course, that game is at Bannister, scheduled to pitch against Boston today. He and/or Richard Dotson rumored to be involved in trades to other ball clubs. Some say the Toronto Blue Jays. With Boyd down, perhaps one could go to Boston if Jimmy Fregosi and Larry Hines from the White Sox can get what they want in return.
0-1 pitch coming to Mumphrey. Fastball just misses the inside corner. White Sox have shown some modest signs of life of late, winning 5 of their last 7.
Harold Baines is back, and his bat means a lot. Although he may end up being a permanent DH with that knee problem he's got. I keep hearing Dotson's name up to Toronto.
2-1 pitch. 3-1 to Mumphrey with Dawson on deck. 2 out, nobody on. Last half of the third, no score.
Like Andre Dawson, this guy loves to hit in Wrigley.
And he hits this one well to left center field. Back goes Griffey, and it's off his glove. Mumphrey on his way to second. In with a double. The only way to score it, although the catch might have been made.
I wonder if Kenny, when he hit the warning track, may have taken a little peek to see how close he was to those metal doors where there's no ivory concealing them. Pitching Mumphrey out over the plate. He can lash the ball the opposite field as well as anybody in the game. Deion James is probably trying to help Griffey out, telling him how much room he has. The ball just caroms off the side of his glove, and Mumphrey continues his torrid hitting. I wonder if his son, former high school graduate coming up in June, will have that. Ken Griffey Jr. He's going to be drafted very high, isn't he? Perhaps first.
Playing at Moeller High School in the Cincinnati area. Here's Dawson, who drew a walk in the first.
Mailer got away with something. He got a breaking ball inside part of the plate for Dawson to get some leverage on.
You mentioned how Mumphrey likes to hit at Wrigley Field just before he struck that double. He hit .361 in this park last year, and now the guy at the plate, Dawson, hit .346 through the years at Wrigley while a member of the Expos. Looking for a base hit to snap the scoreless tie. Mailer takes too much time, and Dawson steps out. Outside, 1-1. Despite their loss here yesterday to the Braves, the Cubs have won 20 of their last 29. Trail the Cardinals by a game in the East.
You know, that close-up we had of Dawson's face, really you can read greatness in him. I mean by the intensity. And his concentration is so zeroed in on one thing, that little white ball.
Now the 1-1. Fastball whacked to third. Here's Nettles. And he throws across the diamond to get him. So Mumphrey's 2-out double is wasted. We've gone through 3 at Wrigley Field. No score. Bob Costas and Tony Kubek back at Wrigley Field. Mailer and Lynch locked in a scoreless duel as we go to the 4th. The second man to the plate in this inning for the Braves will be Ken Griffey. And you alluded to Ken Griffey Jr. playing high school ball at Moeller High in Cincinnati. Baseball America, the publication that charts the minors and the amateur ranks, says he could very well be the first player taken. Seattle has the first pick, Pittsburgh the second. He'll be gone early.
Well, there are rumors circulating that Mr. George Argyris, who is in the process of selling the Mariners, may opt for a pitcher in Southern California and not take left-handed hitting Griffey. And that might mean he could end up, young Griffey could end up in Pittsburgh. We'll see. Chargers is not supposed to have anything to do with the workings of the team, I guess. That's why I say it's only a rumor. I asked Kenny about him. He said he throws left bats right. I said, can he run like you? He said, faster. Remember, Ken Griffey was getting 35 infield base hits a year at Cincinnati there for a couple of years.
As Murphy stands in, watch his work with the glove. This is why he has 5 Gold Gloves in the trophy case already. Those won as a center fielder, and he's up to his old tricks in right field.
Wow.
Hits this one back up through the middle for a base hit to start the 4th, and it almost got Lynch.
You get balls out over the plate as Lynch just did to Murphy, and he can get those hands and the bat out. That's what happens. And pitchers these days cannot react very quickly to balls hit back at them.
Here's an interesting point, and it shows how much more difficult it is to evaluate young baseball talent than basketball or football players who come out of the college ranks as nearly finished products. Look at these future stars, and look at the rounds in which they were drafted. We'll come back to that.
When you're saying like Keith Hernandez, to give you, it doesn't mean he's the 42nd player taken. It's more like he's about the 700th player taken, isn't he?
Yeah, there were
700
round players taken before Keith Hernandez when the Cardinals nabbed him in 1971. And look at Mattingly, Sandberg. Ken Griffey Jr. will go in the 1st round. His dad went in the 29th. You look at an Eric Davis and a Darryl Strawberry. They played in the same area, came out of high school at the same time. Strawberry, a 1st-round pick. Eric Davis, who was a better basketball player than baseball player in high school, didn't go until the 8th round, and he might be the best all-round talent in the game right now. The 1-1 to Griffey. Misses. It's just so much more of a hit-and-miss proposition to look at a 17, 18-year-old kid in a game where pure athletic talent matters, but it doesn't tell the whole story. It's a peculiar game, a game of very subtle skills that are much more difficult to predict.
There he goes.
Runner going, line drive down the right field line and in for extra bases. Murphy will score. Dawson gets it back in. It's a double for Griffey, and the Braves have a 1-0 lead.
You just saw outstanding base running by Murphy. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tanner had the hit and run on. And Murphy did not fall for the decoy of Sean Dunston. Sean Dunston at second base, he was coming over to cover on the hit and run play. Went down like it was a ground ball, but Murphy was not fooled at all. He just kept on coming with those great strides. He just outruns the relay. Watch Murphy. Griffey on a 2-1 count is trying to shoot the ball through the gap between Sandberg and Durham, holding Murphy on. He is like Sandberg in a way, Murphy, that everything he does looks so easy. You don't think they're running fast, but they are.
Nettles fouled out to Moreland his 1st time. Takes a curve high. 1-0 Braves in the 4th.
You got the perfect guy at the plate with nobody out and a man on second who can pull anybody's fastball, even at his age, and get the ball to the right side. Not give himself up, try base hit. And that's always usually a good pitch in the count. You change speeds on a guy who's trying to pull the ball. He's sitting on a fastball to get it bat ahead out on the fastball. You pull the string more times than not for at least one pitch. They're way ahead of it. Now he may try and bust him inside.
Goes outside and misses. 2-1. Again, we remind our viewers we'll select the NBC Miller Lite Player of the Game when it's all over with. The 2-1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike to Nettles with Virgil on deck. And he walked him.
I think Lynch thought he had that pitch. He went breaking ball 3-1. He did not think it was too high. And he's in a lot of trouble. We've talked about Deion James helping this ball club as a leadoff hitter, but I think Virgil has been a big difference. You can bat him and get the RBIs out of him where he hits in lineup. Hitting 7th today. Since his bat has gotten better, his catching has come right along with it. He's throwing better. He's more enthusiastic about coming to the ballpark. He's not that laid-back guy. He's looking for the bunt sign to Russ Nixon now.
Are you going to ask this guy to sacrifice?
No, I'm not going to. I'm saying he's looking for the bunt sign.
Just asking.
Not with your 8th and 9 hitters coming up next.
Ball one outside. Lynch has walked 2, which is his normal dole for a full game. We're in the 4th. 2 on, nobody out, and a run already home. 1-0 Atlanta. Yesterday, the Braves hit 4 home runs. Murphy with 2, Deion James and Gerald Perry 1 each.
Hey, Bob, with these 2 men on, though, there were times in Virgil's career, even hitting in the 7th spot or 8 like he used to, you might want him to bunt because he was considered at times a relatively easy out. Not with a hot bat he's had.
This one's popped back. Davis for a look, but it's in the seats.
You know, even though it rained a good part of the night, drizzled up until game time with threat of more rain, you've still got close to a capacity crowd here. This place seats about 38,000. It was Murphy who led this inning off with a single, and Griffey on a hit and run. Look at how he picks up the ball. Murphy looked over his shoulder so that he would not be decoyed by Dunston, the middle infielder.
That's another look at the hit by Griffey. Now we come back live, and the count goes to 1-2 on Ozzie Virgil. Braves won yesterday 9-5 to start this series.
I think both Ed Lynch and Rick Mailer, today's pitchers, would rather have freer swinging teams. The Braves, as we said, lead the National League in base on balls taken, and they make you throw strikes more often than not.
Dropped down sidearm and got it. 3rd strikeout for Ed Lynch. Andres Thomas becomes a very important hitter with Mailer on deck. 1st and 2nd, 1 out. And strike 1. This series concludes tomorrow here with Rick Sutcliffe. A tremendously pleasant surprise for the Cubs at 7-2 as he bounces back in a big way against Charlie Palaio.
And how Sutcliffe has changed his pitching style since that '84 season. He's more of a power pitcher, fastball, slider. He's throwing a lot of fork balls now. More off-speed stuff, using all his pitches.
Fouled out of play, 0-2.
Well, the makings are there for a good staff. Remember, the last couple of seasons, it seems like every one of their starters has been down one time or another. In fact, Sutcliffe was down with a shoulder problem, a pulled hamstring, tried to come back too soon. With him, Sanderson has been down. He pitched again the other day, but he was down for a few days. A slight hamstring pull. With Trout and the 2 kids, Maddox and Moyer, they got a chance to have a good staff if they're healthy.
0-2 pitch. In on his fist. Here's a little bloop, and back goes Moreland into foul ground to make the catch. And that's the 2nd out.
So Ed Lynch has had to. He's come up with a little more extra on his fastball. Both Virgil for a strikeout and a jam Thomas.
You know, thinking about Sutcliffe, it's possible that this year the comeback players of the year will have that plaque to put on their trophy shelf alongside Cy Young awards. Sutcliffe wins the Cy Young in '84. He could be the comeback player in the National League. Saberhagen wins the Cy Young in the American League in '85, and he's got the inside track with the way he's going on the comeback award plus the Cy Young in the American League this year.
With a long way to go.
Look what Mailer does to help himself. Drops one into center field. Here comes Griffey chugging home, and it's 2-0 Atlanta.
Rick Mailer had to be sitting on an off-speed pitch. The ball looked like it was away a little bit down. He was just going to serve it out to right field to try and put his bat on the ball. I believe he was guessing breaking ball, and he got it. Looked like too good a pitch for a pitcher to hit, or anybody to hit. Unless you're looking for down, outside half of the plate. He was sitting on a breaking ball and got it.
You saw the expression on Lynch's face. He thought he'd gotten himself out of a tough spot with only one run coming home. He struck out Virgil, made a good pitch on Thomas, got him to hit the little bloop to Moreland, and then the pitcher hurts it. Ball 1 to Deion James.
You throw that little walk in there to Greg Nettles. Adds a little bit to Lynch's problems.
Two and 0.
It's an underrated statistics. Much more important than batting average, on base average, and the Atlanta Braves lead the National League in that category. Those walks add up, don't they, to get men in scoring position? They've still got one sitting there.
2-1 to Deion James. Ken Oberg fell on deck. If James prolongs the inning, 2 on, 2 out, and 2 runs home. Hit sharply, but Durham is there. He'll beat James to the bag for the unassisted putout. But the Braves throw 2 on the board in the top half of the 4th to take the lead.
And the next time the plane goes by with that trailer, we'll have happy birthday wishes to Mo and Curly. And I believe Frank Pulley has a friend that he left tickets for, and he perhaps paid to have that banner flown over the stadium for one of his friends. Or did Mo Drabowski strike again?
I'm just kind of hurt that you left Shemp out. I've always felt he was the most underrated stooge. Never got his just due in the company of Mo, Larry, and Curly. All right, here's Durham, followed by Davis and Moreland, with the Cubs trailing 2-0 last half of the 4th against Rick Mailer. Mailer trying to break a personal 5-game losing streak. Breaking ball low to Durham.
What a team would like to do is to get into the bullpen, which has struggled off and on this year, of the Atlanta Braves. They've had a lot of work this year.
Curve in there.
Slight breeze blowing in about 9 miles per hour off Lake Michigan. You can hang a few curveballs and get away with it on a day like today. Not have to be quite as fine. With Mailer having a little bit of a lead now, he's going to just attack the hitters and say, here, go ahead and hit it.
It bears repeating. You always hear those stories when the wind blows out at Wrigley. And in fact, there have been some wild games here through the years under those circumstances. Tap foul. But much more often than not, the wind is not blowing out here. It's a crosswind or on occasion blowing in.
Well, at least a crosswind helps one or the other. Like when the wind swings around from the right field foul pole to left, it's quartering, but it'll help balls hit to left field. It's kind of been varying at times. They straight in from center and sometimes almost straight in from right.
Looked like Virgil had a little trouble just before Mailer's delivery. Maybe just losing his balance in his crouch. He was floundering back there.
I think he got bumped a little bit by John McSherry when he went into his crouch.
In that case, it's a wonder he didn't wind up in the dugout.
I thought it was interesting. We sat during the ball game yesterday with super scouter, talent evaluator Bertie Tebbets, guy at home plate. He was talking about when he caught, he wanted to have the umpire touch some part of him, especially with a breaking ball pitcher like Mailer.
Got him on the 3-2
leaning
pitch.
up against his back. He felt if the umpire was on his back with his hand on his back, the umpire had a better view of a breaking ball. He could look down on it, and he would get more low curveballs. And McSherry is right over the top of Ozzie Virgil. Really had that pitch set up. Off-speed pitches to Leon Durham. He comes right in his kitchen, ties him up inside about belt high.
Second strikeout for Mailer. Davis grounded into a force play his first time. Lays off on that one. They check down at first. And Frank Pulley says no, he didn't go around.
appears that the Cubs hitters are almost starting to look for breaking stuff, which will make the Mailer fastball more effective. There's a straight change. And Jody Davis appears to have moved up on the plate a little bit. Don't know if he's moved closer to the pitcher, but he's moved closer to the plate. Perhaps try and get the breaking ball before it gets that final snap to him. A lot of guys will do that. Hector Lopez is one. Mantle will do that on occasion. They'll move closer to the plate so that they can get pitches inside, try and decoy the pitcher and the catcher.
Three and 0 now to Jody. Moreland next. And he walks him on 4 pitches. That's the 3rd walk issued by Mailer, who normally doesn't struggle with his control.
Well, he's a nibbler, and this season he has issued just about as many walks as he has strikeouts, which is a reason, I believe, why he's had trouble during this 5-game losing streak. He doesn't want to be down the center, but he's off the plate too much, and they're laying off a lot of pitches. He's getting the base on balls trouble and pitching too deeply in the count.
Moreland comes in hitting just a .190. Grounded out his first time. Ball 1 low. And now Gerald Perry trots in from first base. But all he wanted was a little rosin.
I think he may tell him that he's playing behind him, too. 2 runs ahead, not a base-stealing threat, and a good right field hitter hitting run man up in Moreland. He can shoot through the gap. And the reason he goes in, Chuck Tanner insists, with that new rule they're enforced over the last few years, if a pitcher throws to first base and the first baseman's way back, it is a balk now. Used to be you could throw over there and throw it over the runner's head, and it wasn't a ball.
2-1 to Moreland. Davis down at first, 1 out, last half of the 4th. 2-0 Braves. And Perry, as you see, behind Jody Davis. Broken bat. Thomas at short gets 1, and they get 2.
The bat got Mailer on the leg, I believe. Fortunately, it was not the sharp edge, as it shattered in his hands.
Mailer's okay, and we'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
Rick Mailer was so intent with his focus on the baseball, he never saw the barrel of this bat from Keith Moreland coming. He's looking at the ball, gets a little piece of it with his hand, and then he found the bat hitting off his left foot. I'll tell you one thing, they're running out of Mountain Ash, aren't they? These players now, they're talking about the livelier ball. They're using lighter bats along with the weights. You get down to 29 and 30 ounce. The only way they can make those bats lighter is to dry the moisture out of them. And they become like balls, so when they're shattering left and right.
Oberkfell has a pair of singles. He leads it off here in the top half of the 5th. 2-0 Atlanta, and 2-0 the count to him. A liner toward left center. Over goes Mumphrey, and he makes a nice running catch. For this Oberkfell, though, he continues to impress, making a bid for his 3rd hit. He was at 338 before Mumphrey hauled that one in.
Well, how do you pitch him? The first 2 times up, he hits the ball to right field. This time he gets the ball over the plate, lines it to left center, and Mumphrey, a former center fielder. One time Mumphrey had great running speed till his knees went, so he stole 50 bases one year. Still runs well. I would think the big improvement on this ball club has been the defense in the outfield. Mumphrey just shows how he's helped the ball club in left field now.
Gerald Perry dunks one into right, and it falls in front of Dawson. So Perry's now 1 for 3. Well, when you take a look at it, the Cubs, who historically have been hurt, even when they've had reasonably good teams in the past, they've been hurt when they go on the road by their lack of speed. Defensive teams put together for this ballpark, not designed to play on AstroTurf. So far this year, the Cubs are 11-2 on turf, 16-5 on the road overall.
Well, years ago, because of this ballpark and the short dimensions, you could build your team for power. But as artificial surfaces came in more and more into the National League, and they're obviously more in the National League than the American League, you got to think about playing 81 games on the road and about 3/4 of those on the artificial surface, and you better have a little more defense and not focus only on offense. So they've had to change the way they scout a little bit.
Murphy's 0 for 1, check it, 1 for 1 with a walk. And he scored the Braves' first run. 1-0 to him. Perry down at first. He had a stolen base earlier in the game. Whitey Herzog says that Ed Lynch has one of the quickest moves to the plate, just getting the ball up to the plate out of his delivery in the National League.
He hardly picks his leg up. He just glides into his delivery. Interesting thing about gliding into your delivery, in the National League, as of today, there have been 75 balks called on pitchers. Now you say, is that good, bad, compared to what? The American League, as of today, has 28 balks called. Now, may not mean anything now, but when you get umpires and they meet at World Series time and you got mixed crews, what does a pitcher do as far as interpretation of what the rules are and what they're going to call a balk on and whatnot? I believe they're calling more balks for one reason, to try and maintain the base stealing image of the National League and taking another thing away from the pitcher.
3-0 pitch to Murphy. He might have had the green light. We'll never know. He draws the walk on 4 pitches, so Lynch is in more hot water. First and second, 1 out. I'll be happy to send a transcript of your remarks to A. Bartlett Giamatti and have his response next week.
Well, you might recall when Chuck Tanner and Dick Williams went over the American League and they had those track meets over with the Oakland A's. All of a sudden you started seeing more balks called then, I believe, in the National League to try and regain that base stealing title that the National League cherishes so.
Griffey had an RBI double his last time. Whacks this one through the hole. It dies on that wet high grass. Perry comes in easily. Murphy to third. I mean, that all but stopped as soon as it hit the grass, which, as Tony has mentioned, is higher probably than any surface in the National League, if not the majors. And then with the rains overnight and this morning, it's wet on top of it, so forget it.
Now, not only is a run scorer, but by slowing down, so Andre Dawson doesn't have a shot at all at the guy going from first to third. So Jody Davis is going to stall for a little bit of time now as the stick, Gene Michael, gets his bullpen up.
Michael's got a righty and a lefty getting ready down there.
Frank DiPino and Ron Davis. They say Ron Davis is starting to throw the ball a little bit better. He could be a big plus for this ball club if he keeps getting that fastball up to about 90 miles an hour. They say he's approaching that now. He could be the setup man for Lee Smith.
3-0 Atlanta. First and third, 1 out, and ball 1 to Nettles. He's fouled out and walked.
A bunch of smart hitters on this ball club. Nettles thinking sac fly. Doesn't get it.
Lynch knocks it down, can't find it, and has to take the play at first as Murphy comes across. And he played it cleanly. He could have either held Murphy at third base, or if Murph had made his move, they would have had him hung up.
Murph's job was very simple. With 1 out, start off third base, prevent the pitcher from going for the double play to keep the inning alive. So he was going, and even at that, if Lynch comes up and is throwing a sinker ball down on the way, a great pitch by Lynch, and watch when he picks it up. Jody Davis setting up at home plate for a possible play. Lynch never looked there. Murphy did not really get a good jump off third base. He might have had a shot at him.
So Nettles gets credit for an RBI, and the Braves go up 4-0. Here's Virgil, who struck out twice. Ball 1 to him. 2 in the fourth, 2 more here in the fifth. Griffey has an RBI in each inning.
Once again, a walk thrown in by Lynch doesn't help his cause in this inning.
That's a strike. Griffey's the runner down at second with 2 out now.
You know, usually in the ballpark like this, even with the wind blowing and because of the short dimensions, pitchers know they've got to be very careful. And you know you don't want to walk anybody in this ballpark, but you end up walking more because you know you don't want to get to the fat part of the plate where you can get killed. It's like Fenway. They say, hey, don't walk anybody because that left field wall. You nibble on the outside corner and you get behind. Now you got to come to the hitter.
Lynch has walked 3 today. Two and 2 to Virgil. Boy, it didn't take Griffey long to rediscover the groove if he ever lost it while he was on the disabled list, did it? He came off in the series against the Cardinals, and he was hitting line drives right out of the box. The 2-2 pitch. Down to third base, Moreland. Well, he goes for the tag play on Griffey and gets him instead of throwing across to Virgil, and that'll do it. But the Braves get 2 more, and they lead 4-0 as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. Keith Moreland, who played some third base at the University of Texas for Cliff Gustafson and played some in the Phillies organization at third, makes the tag play on Griffey instead of throwing across to get Virgil. Moreland, as has been well publicized, making the move with the arrival of Andre Dawson, making the move from right field to third base, and he's handled it pretty well.
Which has really improved 2 positions, right field and third base, over last year. He's made 7 errors down there, and anytime he can avoid a throw with, I believe, is a straight rotator cuff, he'll do that.
Dunston pushes a bunt. Mailer comes up with it and gets him at first.
They're hoping that Sean Dunston can begin using that great speed. He's been timing about 3.5 down to first base out of the batter's box, which is outstanding for a right-handed hitter. But off breaking pitchers like this, try and bunt the ball. Didn't quite get it hard enough. He wanted to push it by Mailer, make the second baseman feel it, or get the first baseman to have to come off. But they hope that he can harness that speed as far as base stealing, base running. He's got down pretty good now defensively, I think. He's still learning. He's just 24. What they've had to do with John Dunston is break a lot of his bad habits. I mean, he never had much coaching coming out of Brooklyn. He had such great raw talent, so they've had to break down a lot of his mistakes and now to start rebuilding it, both hitting and fielding.
You know what Dunston hit in his senior year at Thomas Jefferson High School in Brooklyn?
750?
Something like that. Better than 700.
He had a bunch of home runs in his high school career also. 25 and 30, I believe. I think that was just a senior year. Everybody wanted him.
And he was the very first player taken in the draft the same year Dwight Gooden came out.
It was a decision they had to make here with the Cubs. Do you want a guy who'll go out on the mound for every 4th or 5th day, or a guy who plays every day and give you 162? And I think they made the wise choice.
3-1 to Martinez. And he draws a walk. So Mailer has now walked 4. He leads it, however, 4-0. And considering the way the game started for him, he has to consider himself fortunate. He survived a very rocky first inning. Now Gary Matthews is coming out, so Lynch is done, and Gary Matthews is going to bat for him. There's the Sarge, whose days in Chicago might be numbered. He might eventually wind up in the American League as a DH for somebody, but with the young outfielders they've got and with the addition of Andre Dawson, Matthews is no longer a regular here. In fact, he's gone long stretches without so much as an at-bat.
Well, there's a chance as the season progresses, if they cannot make a deal, they've already said they might pick up part of his salary. And Gary has said he will waive some of the incentive clauses, but they've got a kid named Rafael Palmeira hitting almost .320 down at the Iowa Cubs in AAA ball, who's about ready.
As a pinch hitter, Matthews is 3 for 12. Had an RBI pinch hit against the Reds on Thursday.
Yeah, they've got a lot of great prospects, this Cubs organization, down at their Pittsfield club, their AA ball club.
Here's the 1-0. And a bouncer up the middle and through, so Matthews comes through. Martinez will stop at second. And naturally, the Sarge knocked the batting helmet off on his way down to first base, as is his distinctive style.
Heck, I didn't think we were going to have any excitement the way this ball game's going for the Cubs until Harry Carey came out and sang in the 7th inning. But the Sarge aroused them a little bit.
And now Sandberg, who's 0 for 2. I started to talk about the way the game began for Mailer. Sandberg's drive to deep right, caught on a terrific play by Murphy. Mumphrey's bid for a base hit, choked off on a diving stop by Nettles, and then 2 straight walks. So Mailer was really on shaky ground. He got out of that first inning and has shut the Cubs down since. What a threat now in the last half of the 5th. Strike 1 to Sandberg.
Chuck Tanner gets his bullpen going now.
The 0-1. 1-1.
John McSherry looks like he's a pitcher. That is Ossenmacher, the left-hander, Paul Ossenmacher, and Jeff Dedman, the right-hander. You see where Ted Turner finally admitted that he did not create that line. It was an advertising agency about Jeff Dedman. Dedman, don't wear plaid.
Boy, if
Story's out.
If I'd had that line attributed to me, I would have hung on to it. Supposedly, Dedman was sitting in the lobby of a hotel wearing a Madras shirt. Turner walked past and without breaking stride said, "Dedman, don't wear plaid."
And Doyle Alexander comes back on Tuesday. He's starting, as we said, against St. Louis. It's going to be a pitcher lead.
Here's a shot, and Thomas can't get it. Martinez being waved home. It's 4-1, and a tying run will come to the plate.
There's one of those situations where a young shortstop perhaps cheated too much up the middle to cheat toward the bag for the double play. Sandberg is known when the count is in his favor, or especially when the team is behind, to try and hit the ball in the air and get 3 quick runs in a hurry. He was going to try and pull the ball in this situation. Thomas cheated too far in and too much up the middle for Sandberg, and he got burned. The grass slowed it down, but even at that, Thomas couldn't reach it. One of those where if you're an experienced shortstop, you play the situation. The situation there was for Sandberg to try and go deep and pull the ball. Get a couple runs in a hurry.
So now Mumphrey, who had a double to left his last time up. He's hit a couple of homers this year. He's the tying run at the plate. Matthews at second. He came through with a pinch single. Sandberg, who had an RBI hit, is down at first. Ball 1 low. Dawson is on deck.
Trying to figure out how this Braves defense is set up. Tony Barterome, the former Pirates trainer, now a coach for Chuck Tanner's the eye in the sky. It looks like they're going to try and pitch him away and play him away. Give him the right field line, bunch in left field. Don't want to give him anything inside, but you pitch this guy away, he just laces the ball in the left field corner to left center field. The guy you want to try and make pull, especially with the wind blowing in.
Murphy very deep in right, but way off the line into right center. 2-0. Mumphrey not only will slash the ball to left for hits, if he gets the right pitch, he can ride it out of the park to the opposite field.
This will get a trip from Bruce Delcat, the pitching coach. Johnny Sain, the pitching coach, who seems to follow Chuck Tanner around. He went into spring training assuming he was going to be the pitching coach, and then they brought Del Canton up. It was a Bobby Cox move, along with Bobby Dews, one of their great baseball minds with Atlanta. And they assigned Johnny Sain to Chicago, where he'll just scout National and American League teams at Comiskey Park on the south side and the north side Wrigley Field. Right now, Sain is with Larry McWilliams and Doyle Alexander in the minor leagues, trying to get McWilliams straightened out.
As the conference breaks up, we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network. Bob Costas with Tony Kubek at Wrigley Field. Chuck Tanner has always been a master psychologist. He knows this is a tough spot. If Mumphrey gets on, Dawson is next. On the other hand, one of his best pitchers, Mailer, is trying to break a personal 5-game losing streak. And this one is hit up the middle and through. Matthews comes home. Sandberg charges to third. It's 4-2. And will Mailer last the inning, which he needs to do to qualify for the victory, which will snap the losing streak? Now, that's part of Tanner's thinking. But in about one more hitter, he's going to have to ditch that consideration.
It is only May, but things are happening with this Cub ball club if they can stay healthy, where you start saying, could this be the year of the Cubs? I don't think many people feel that they should win the Eastern Division, but with the problems the Mets are having with injuries and Tudor perhaps out for the year, and you don't know what's going to happen in the East. Montreal appears to be a little bit stronger.
And the Phillies will be heard from eventually with that lineup they've got. All right, here's Dawson. Fouled out of play. A sacrifice fly would bring them within 1.
And Dawson was trying to take that ball to right field with 1 out. He showed what a smart hitter he is. He wants to get under a ball, get a pitch up in the strike zone, which he had, hit it to the outfield for a sac fly, but also go to right field where it's tougher to turn a double play. 4-6-3.
Mumphrey, the tying run, down at first. A ball and a strike. Not only has Dawson put up big numbers, but his hits have been timely. He already has 6 game winners, and 5 more hits have tied games for the Cubs. First and third, 1 out. 2 runs home in the 1-1 pitch. It gets away. Sandberg isn't coming from third as Virgil chases after it, but Mumphrey's in scoring position at second, and now a single could knot this one up.
And the double play. Ground ball out anyway has been eliminated with a runner going to second base.
A breaking ball in the dirt, and it's a wild pitch charged to Mailer.
Now Dawson could change his way of thinking. Instead of getting fly ball, he can just drive the ball, pick his pitch for at least 1 pitch in the count.
Left-handed batter Durham on deck. Left-hander Ossenmacher along with righty Dedman getting ready, and Mailer has made Dawson wait too long.
They've done that with Dawson a lot. Chuck Tanner doesn't miss a trick. You think they're trying to do that to freeze Dawson, make him tense? He stepped out the last time about 3 times.
The 2-1 pitch. Line drive foul.
Red-hot Leon Durham, the first base open behind him, and you're going to pitch to Dawson because that man, the bull, is sitting there with the bat from the left side. He wants to strike Dawson out or pop him up.
And here comes the 2-2. Breaking ball, hit down to third. Nettles looked at home, but he'll go to first, and they get Dawson there as Sandberg scores.
Interesting thing about Nettles, he was playing deeply, and he had a thought of going home. Nettles never really had a great throwing arm ever since he got in that fight where he was on the bottom of a pile and had his right shoulder wrenched, but he had thoughts of coming home and getting the runner. He looks. The runner got a decent break off third base. Sandberg, with that good speed, had a good break off third with Nettles playing back. Now they'll walk the ball. First base open. If that's the tying run, I believe Nettles was coming home, but he knew they were 1 run removed from tying it up. He took the sure out. Credit Sandberg with that sneaky speed off third base.
Dawson gets an RBI, his 36th of the year. He's among the league leaders. Eric Davis is tops with 43. Jack Clark has 37 for the Cardinals. Now Dawson and Mike Schmidt of the Phillies each have 36. The intentional walk is the 5th free pass given by Mailer.
And before this inning, this game for Cubs fans was about as exciting as a game of 52 pickup, and all of a sudden they're a little bit excited.
Well, they trailed yesterday 9-0, came back to 9-5 and left 10 men on base. So they have the capacity to come back.
Day before, a dramatic home run by Dernier to win it in the last inning.
Here's Davis. Breaking ball outside.
Like a lot of catchers, an outstanding guess hitter, and he's 1 ball, no strikes. He can afford to guess. Guess big right here.
If you were guessing, what would you guess?
If I were Jody Davis, I'd be guessing a breaking ball away and try and drive the ball to right center field, because his strength, Mailer's, is off-speed pitch will try and get you to pull the ball. See what happens.
He started him with a breaking ball away. Let's see if he comes back with it as Tony guesses. The Braves got 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Led 4-0. Cubs come back with 3 in the last half of the 5th. Humphrey at second, Durham at first with 2 out, and here's the 1-0. Fastball in on his fists, and he fouled it back.
The 2 things that are slowing baseball games down more than anything else is with a base stealer on first base, a lot of throws over, a lot of stepping off. The thing that might cause even more of a lengthy game is right now, man on second base, the stealing of signs going on with satellite dishes where they're taping things, a lot of changes of signs, pitcher and catcher got to keep taking a lot of time.
Another fastball down to first, and a good play by Perry on a short hop, and he makes the unassisted putout. The Cubs score 3, leave 2. Mailer has completed the necessary 5 to qualify as the winner, and now here's another edition of Baseball Remembers. In the next few years, they might have to build an annex on at Cooperstown. Willie Stargell becomes eligible. Next year, Johnny Bench and Carl Yastrzemski. Shortly after that, Joe Morgan, Jim Palmer. Eventually, Tom Seaver, who I guess is retired now, although late this season, once we get past the 1st of June, when teams no longer have to provide compensation to the former club if they sign a quality free agent, maybe Tom Seaver, who has stayed in shape, will be able to latch on with a contender.
Or Dave Kingman, Charlie Moore. The amateur draft, what, June 4th? Where they don't have to give compensation. Stargell had 475 career home runs, twice led National League in home runs. 71, he had 48. 1973, he had 44. He had a great throwing arm. You know, they forget how he could throw also in right field, Bob Stargell, before he moved to first.
Matthews got a pinch hit batting for Lynch, so Ed is out of the game, and left-hander Frank DiPino is in. Four 3 Braves as we go to the top of the 6th. Andres Thomas.
15th appearance for DiPino, all in relief. He's had control problems. He's struck out 21 but walked 13, and again in this ballpark you get behind and walk guys. He's been hit up for 5 home runs also.
1-1. Mailer is in the on-deck circle. He staggered through the 5th, clinging now to a 4-3 lead.
Give you an idea that Chuck Tanner doesn't like to go to his bullpen too early.
Of course, Mailer got an RBI hit his last time up. 2-1.
And in this ballpark, you let pitchers, even with the wind blowing in, stay around a little bit longer in short dimensions. So it's tough for the home park manager to manage here. It'll take a lot of heat from the media and from the fan, because it'll leave pitchers in a little bit longer. DiPino's always had a pretty quick breaking ball. It's a matter of whether or not he can throw it for strikes enough or close to the strike zone.
He got Andres Thomas. Fastball or some kind of cut fastball perhaps on the inside edge. And Thomas with a very pleasant conversation with John McSherry.
You don't see too many players from the Dominican Republic take called third strikes. They like to get their hacks, whether it's Thomas O. Garcia or George Bell or Rafael Ramirez. They're usually swinging right when they come out of the dugout.
Well, Ramirez has that now nearly immortal quote, which we'll give you in a second. You be the judge. Where it crossed the plate, not where Davis catches it, is what matters.
Plus, what was really nice on that center field shot, the way Davis caught it, with the palm of the glove up, so that the umpire could see the ball right into the glove. If he catches it with the palm of the glove down, he slaps it down. The umpire doesn't see it the last foot or so, and it might have been called a ball. Johnny Oates has really smoothed out the catching of this man, Jody Davis.
Mailer does indeed hit for himself. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. 2-1. Now let us relive the immortal words of Rafael Ramirez.
Did I set this up for you nicely enough? Now tell us, what island is that?
That would perhaps be San Pedro de Macorís.
No, that's a city, San Pedro de Macorís. The Dominican Republic is the country. That's not the island.
Who do I look like, Rand McNally?
Andres Thomas is from the island of Hispaniola, named by Christopher Columbus.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Down to short, Dunston. Throws Mailer out.
They're going to throw these fancy quotes around. I figured you better know a little bit about geography.
I'm sitting next to Ferdinand Magellan here. 2 out, nobody on in the 6th. 4-3 Atlanta. Here's Dion James.
Which will bring Moreland in tight at third base. Gene Michael cannot get much consistency out of his relievers. Mason was excellent for 4 innings. Houston, then he staggered. Dickie Knowles has been off and on.
Tries to drag one, but instead it's right back to DePino. And James, with his speed, still made it plenty close, but DePino throws him out. He works a perfect 6th, and the Cubs come up with a chance to tie it. Well, Ken Griffey still capable of hitting well over 300 in the major leagues, but another Ken Griffey may grace the majors before long. This is Ken Griffey Jr. playing for Moeller High School in Cincinnati, and there are some similarities in the stance and in the appearance.
Runs better than his dad did as a kid. I guess he does. Inside the park home run right there for young Ken. Will Seattle get him, or will they pass and let Pittsburgh get their grips on him? Ken Sr. says he's a little taller than him. He's about 6'1", a little more lithe, but a strong upper body. Doesn't lift weights. He hits the ball a long way. You know, that's why it's another reason it's so hard to judge young hitters, hitting with those metal bats.
Yep.
What are they going to do when they have to use only that 6 inches and not all the way up to the handle and to the end of the bat?
Obertfeld slaps one back at DePino, who throws him out.
You know what, I think the major league fathers who have kids, many times they will have their kids hit batting practice at home with wooden bats and try and get them the feel of it, and then they use the metal bats in their high school or college games. I know Pete Incavilla's dad played professionally. He hit a lot in batting practice with a wooden bat.
Perry's hit started a 2-run uprising in the 5th. He takes a ball. You look around the majors, there are plenty of sons of former major leaguers active right now. Barry Bonds, Buddy Bell, Vance Law, Terry Kennedy, Danny Tartabull.
One in the game today.
Yep, Bob
Catching.
Skinner.
How about catcher from Atlanta?
Oh, sure, Ozzie Virgil and his dad, third base coach at Seattle. Bob Skinner, one of Chuck Tanner's coaches, former Pirate outfielder. His son Joel catching for the Yankees.
We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and Greg Nettles was going to give us a list of what he says are 13 father-son combinations he's played against, either in spring training or the National American League. And he said he didn't have the time on the road. He had many other things on his mind. He'd get them to us the next time. Are you waiting?
breathlessly. 3-1. Did I mention Dick Schofield?
Ducky?
Yep, his dad, shortstop, Cardinals, Pirates, Yankees. Dick Schofield now playing for Gene Moss, Schofield Jr. Ball 4, a one-out walk to Perry. So the Braves, with a 4-3 lead as they bat here in the 7th, have Perry at first with 1 out. And here comes Murphy, who's got 2 walks and a single.
Notice in the 3 scoring innings, 2 runs in the 4th, 2 runs in the 5th for Atlanta, 3 runs in the 5th for the Cubs. And in each one of those innings, there's been a base on balls in that inning to kind of help the scoring impetus along.
With his 2 walks today, Murphy has 37 for the year, the most in the National League. Swing and a miss. Annually, Murphy will strike out better than 100 times, and he'll draw pretty close to 100 walks. Perry chased back this year to go with his 37 free passes. Murphy has fanned 40 times.
That's a move that doesn't get a whole lot of runners. When you left-handed, you step back off towards center field. You don't have to throw once you step off, but at least you're showing that runner a little something different, because so many times their focal point, if you're a base stealer hit and run man, you might be keying on either the front knee, whether it's going to crack, sometimes the left heel, the back heel, the left-hander, see if it's going to pick it up or not.
1-1.
Dickie Knowles begins to throw. He's been up and down in middle and long relief for Gene Michael.
And obviously a man with a keen sense of when the camera focuses upon him. The 1-1. Not yet. Cub fans will cast an eye toward the Astrodome tonight. Cardinals are there. They beat Nolan Ryan last night. They go with Lee Tunnell, former Pirate, back from the minors. He won his only start thus far for the Cardinals against Bob Knepper, the lefty, who's 2-3 for the Astros. Took something off. Throw down to first from Davis, but Perry is back.
What did Nolan do? Strike out 11 again yesterday?
Yeah, he was striking him out, but he also walked 6 or 7. In fact, he walked Clark with the bases loaded to force in the go-ahead run. So the Cards lead the Cubs by a game in the East. This is a 1-2 pitch from DePino to Murphy. 2-2. Perry's not going, and Murphy has a weak swing at it and goes down.
DePino's got an outstanding tailing fastball like that on that last pitch. Looked like a little sinking action. Well, looked like it just exploded right before it got to the hitting area and tailed away, and perhaps a little sinking action aside from that. He's always had the good arm. How does he harness it and throw enough strikes to be successful?
That's the second strikeout for DePino. He's retired 5 of the 6 hitters he's faced since coming on in relief of Lynch. Perry going, got a good jump, but Davis almost got him, despite the fact that Perry had a very good jump. It's his second steal of the day.
The throw is just slightly to the third base side. And the only reason that he didn't get gunned out is because there was a left-handed hitter. It was not a good pitch to throw on. He had a backhand to dig it out, but you show me catchers who would have even made it this close from where he had to snatch that ball backhand out of the dirt. Second base umpire, Fred Brocklander down there. Perry, you can see, he's not an outstanding base runner and stealer, not great speed. Dunston makes a nice tag. That shouldn't even been close where that ball was in the dirt. Boy, Ninja Oates, the guru for Jody Davis, has really taught him how to handle pitches, call a game, and quicken up his release.
Griffey with a pair of RBIs today. A chance for another one here. Fouls it out of play.
You know, Jimmy Fry, now a broadcaster, former Cubs manager, brought Johnny Oates to this ball club, and when he was asked why, he said very simply, he said, I want a guy that played with successful teams and successful pitching staffs. Oates with the Yankees, Baltimore, the Dodgers, and he said, if I want my pitchers to throw to a certain catcher, they're going to be trained by a guy who's with great staffs, and Oates was, and he's worked with Jody Davis.
Tapino ahead of Griffey 0-2. And here it comes. In the air to left. Mumphrey sprints over toward the line into foul ground, and it's out of play.
You better pursue every ball in the area of the stands and the corners in this field, because that swirling wind does tricks with the ball in this park more than any other in Major League Baseball. You can see, you can reach out and touch a fair ball in the left field corner at that little well out there from the foul pole toward left center field where it's deep, and then it shortens up to almost like 350 right at that point. And that wind does tricks.
Another 0-2 pitch. Line drive into center field, and Griffey comes through again. He's got 3 hits and 3 RBIs. Harry comes across. It's 5-3 Braves.
Boy, when Griffey was out, they lost a very, very valuable man. He's looking for a pinch runner, I think, or is he? Looking over to the dugout, over Stargell's shoulder. They put that new prescription turf in Atlanta. It's going to take about a year for it to set, but there have been some injuries on it. When the outfielders start after a ball, the turf seems to give. That's how Griffey got hurt. Once again, a walk. Another run-scoring inning, Bob.
Nettles the hitter. Well, if we had to call the game right here and give out the MVP, there's no doubt Griffey's the guy. 2 singles, a double, and each of the hits produced a run. Nettles pops it up on the infield. It's Sandberg. But the Braves add a run here in the top half of the 7th, build their lead to 5-3, and we come up to another edition of 7th inning stretch. Has there ever been a baseball personality, player, writer, broadcaster, as Dernier starts this inning as a pinch hitter, who captures the essence of what the game's supposed to be? A good time at the ballpark, any better than the maestro of Wrigley Field, Harry Carey. So great to have him back.
An institution heading for the Hall of Fame.
Dernier batting for DePino in the last half of the 7th. 2-1 the count to him.
Gene Michael has a string of right-handed hitters. Sundberg, Trio, Dayette, Matthews already gone, and only the switch hitter Chico Walker. So he's saving Walker in case he needs a pinch runner with his great speed, or a pinch hitter later on. Start an inning off.
Dion James makes the catch in center field for the first out.
It's been a pretty good platoon tandem in center field with Dernier hitting over 300, starting against left-handed pitchers, Martinez the other way, the NBA playoffs. So we understand there's a pretty good brawl in that baby. Lane Beer and the Bird.
And Larry Bird both kicked out, we're told. And Detroit climbs back in, now trailing 2-1. They played him tough in Game 2 at Boston Garden and then fell apart down the stretch as the Celtics won. But at the Silverdome, different story. Sandberg lines one to center. Dion James gets back and makes the catch. So Sandberg's now 1 for 4, though he's hit the ball hard 3 times. Jeffrey's single produced the Cubs' second run in the 5th inning. That's here with 2 out and nobody on, and skies 1 to right.
Wrong wind.
Murphy makes the catch. So after a 5th inning where he was perhaps a hitter away from being yanked, Mailer comes back and sets the side down in order the next 2 innings. Well, our Game of the Week quiz is appropriate because we've mentioned the amateur draft coming up next week many times with Ken Griffey Jr., a likely early selection. There's the right-handed pitcher Willie Banks out of New Jersey who throws very hard. He'll be taken by someone in the first few selections. So who was the first player taken in the first ever amateur draft back in 1965? We'll let you think about that for a while as we introduce Dickie Knowles. Third pitcher, Frank DiPino, is done.
Quite a story about Knowles, his 17th ball game. You might remember the one pitch he threw in the World Series with Philadelphia. Some say may have changed the series around. He really knocked down George Brett. I believe George is injured again, the knee problem, and the disabledist again. I think he went hitless the rest of that series. But the story about Knowles and Dallas Green has really helped this young man along. Problem with alcoholism. Well, he's not a charity case because he can still be a pretty good pitcher. Virgil has got him here to help this ball club.
Virgil strikes out for the 3rd time today. Lynch got him twice, and now Knowles strikes him out. Lynch worked 5 innings. DiPino came in, worked 2, was touched for a run in the 7th as the Braves built the lead to 5-3. The walk, as Tony mentioned, hurt him in that inning. He walked Gerald Perry, who stole a base and came home on a 2-out single by Griffey to make it 5-3. Now the 3rd Cub pitcher is Knowles, and Thomas bounces one down to Sandberg. 2 out.
You look at middle infielders, I think Alan Trammell, perhaps with the Tigers, has about as good a mechanics as any middle infielder in the game. And you list Ryne Sandberg right among those kinds of infield. He's always in perfect position to field the ball, looks for bad hops in case he gets those.
Here's Mailer spanking one into center, but Martinez is right there to make the catch. So Knowles comes in and records 3 quick outs. We go to the last half of the 8th. Well, Tony, at the beginning of the game, I devastated you with my references to the killer D's in this Cub lineup. Here it is, last half of the 8th. They're down by 2, and who's due? Dawson, Durham, and Davis.
You also jinxed the killer D's because they are hitless in this ballgame. Dawson 0 for 2, Durham 0 for 1. They have gotten some walks. Davis 0 for 2. Dernier pinch hits, flies out. Talk about jinxing a bunch of guys with one fell swoop. You did it.
I'm dumbfounded. And a nice play by Oberkfell at second on the liner off Dawson's bat.
Don't do it again.
Watch the action on this ball. He got it right off the end of the bat, and it's coming out there like a knuckleball, and Oberkfell makes the play. All right, here's the bull, Leon Durham. Chops one over Mailer's head. Thomas can't get it. It's into center field. Tying run comes to the plate. Back around the 5th inning, what kind of odds would you have gotten that Mailer would still be here in the 8th?
Well, 8 hitters went to the plate against him that inning. A couple of walks. Gene Garber, the right-hander. Paul Ossenbacher, the left-hander. Garber coming off an outstanding year last year. And he struggled quite a bit this year.
Davis 0 for 2 with a walk. Outside, ball 1.
Gene Michael also preparing ahead in case this game goes into a tie or the Cubs take a lead, because Gene has got his ace up in the bullpen now, along with Herm Starrett, the pitching coach.
The 1-0. Just low. 2-0 to Davis.
Lee Smith is up. He was up just a little bit the last inning. Just took about 8 or 10 soft tosses. He's been having some back problems. And I wonder if it wasn't just kind of a test for Gene Michael to say, see if you can make it. And if we get a lead or tie it, I'm going to use it for an inning or maybe 2.
Smith pitched 2 innings Thursday against the Reds. Didn't work yesterday. That's a strike to Davis. 2-1.
You know, the 2 guys I think the Cubs, all other things equal, can least afford to use, we just saw Jody Davis right there in the catching spot, although they do have Sundberg as a backup, but the other guy is Lee Smith in the bullpen. I think they could get away with losing Dawson for a little while, not for a long period of time, or even Durham.
3-1.
Gene is a catcher like this, who can also hit, and the stopper. Bannister perfect through 5 innings, huh?
We were talking about that game as a possible showcase for Bannister. It's some showcase. But they have talked about dealing Bannister or possibly Dotson. That's well known around these parts.
Mario Soto disabled again. Cincinnati would be a likely place.
But apparently the White Sox have demanded too much from the Reds. Ball 4 to Davis. We're going to New York. We'll be back in a moment, but first, here's Jimmy Cefalo.
Bob at Shea, the Dodgers were working the suicide squeeze. Franklin Stubbs breaks with the pitch. The bunt by Bob Welsh is fielded by Ron Darling with the glove hand, and Stubbs is out at the plate. The Dodgers lead the Mets 3-1, bottom of the 7th. Now let's go back to Wrigley.
Thanks, Jimmy. And as we come back, Chuck Tanner has gone to the mound, and he's going to the bullpen. Gene Garber is on his way in, and we're on our way to a commercial. Stay with us. With first base coach Jim Snyder, there's pinch runner Chico Walker. He goes in to run for Jody Davis and represents the tying run down at first base with Durham at second. And the Cubs trailing 5-3 last half of the 8th. 39-year-old Gene Garber relieves Rick Mailer. Garber had 24 saves for the Braves last year. His record and his save total this year pretty good, though his ERA is way up there.
Boy, they've really had a lot of appearances by their bullpen. Acker's been in 18 games. Dedman 17. Garber his 18th game. Owine 12. Walker in there not only to score for first base on a long base hit, but also to try and knock somebody out in case there's a double play ground ball hit. Keep an inning going.
We move toward the end of May, and Moreland is under 200. Just 15 RBIs, 0 for 3 today. Looking to snap out of it. The pitch from Garber. Wild pitch. The runners move up, and they're in scoring position. A single could tie it.
Who's got a great change, tries to hit the outside corner of the fastball. He just holds on to it too long, and Ozzie can't even come close to getting it. And there goes the double play possibility, and a good double play candidate at the bat, along with that tying run at second.
And the 1-0 pitch is inside. 2-0. First base open now. Dunston on deck.
Marlin hasn't gotten the ball out of the infield yet. There's Sean.
Low, and he walks him on 4 pitches. Bases loaded for Dunston.
Six base on balls given up by Chuck Tanner's pitchers today. Al Monchak with a headset on behind him, getting the signals from Tony Bartolome upstairs to change the defense. Shift it around. These are the kind of guys that I would think would give Sean Dunston a heck of a lot of fits. A great change, an unusual delivery by Garver. Dunston could just stay within his strike zone, which is tough for him to do. He's got a chance. Infield plays back for the double play.
Dunston hasn't gotten the ball out of the infield himself. Hit a comebacker, thrown out trying to bunt, struck out. And here's a drive into center. Deion James is there. Durham tags. James throws to third base as Leon scores, and it's back to a one-run game.
Intentional walk to Durham on its 7 walks given up by Chuck Tanner's pitchers. Intentionally walked Durham in the 5th, and then got out of it.
So now it's up to David Martinez, the center fielder. 0 for 2 with a walk. He's flied to left twice today. Drew a walk and scored a run in the 5th. Began the day hitting .265 with 1 home run. Garver delivers. That's a strike. Chico Walker, who runs very well, the pinch runner, down at second base with the tying run. Moreland, who's very slow, at first base with the potential go-ahead run. 5-4 Atlanta. Bottom half of the 8th. Two balls and a strike.
Martinez, the ordinary stance is a little bit spread apart. It appears that he may have spread out a little bit farther on Gene Garver for his delivery to try and wait even a little bit longer. Really picking that front foot up and setting it right back down. Try and wait a little longer.
Pitcher spot next. Manny Trio in the on-deck circle. 2 on, 2 out. Swing and a miss.
Trio has become a very valuable utility man here. At first base, the infield positions, he's pinch hit. No left-handers on the bench for Gene Michael, the pinch hit against Garver. He's got some power. Brian Dayette, you can save him. He's also got Sundberg after Trio hits if he does this inning.
Well, Sundberg's going to come in because they ran for Davis.
Got to remember one thing. They've also got Sutcliffe on the bench, who's a pretty good hitter from the left side.
He got him, though.
Great change.
Got him to chase a low pitch out of the strike zone. The Cubs score 1 but strand 2, and they're a run short. And back to the Game of the Week quiz, or something like that.
Game of the Whiz.
That's right. All you whiz kids out there, perhaps you knew the answer. Who was the first player chosen in the first ever amateur draft in baseball? As Deion James skies one to left. Mumphrey has a beat on it. He makes the catch. Sundberg is in the game now as the catcher, with Davis leaving for a pinch runner in the last inning. Sundberg will hit in Davis's spot in the order, which is the 5th slot. And the answer is... there you go. Rick Monday, taken by Charlie Finley's Kansas City A's in '65.
Out of Arizona State, right? Bobby Winkles now coaching Buck Rogers in Montreal. That's some pretty good talent in the major leagues. How about Sal Bando, Reggie Jackson, along with Rick and others?
A ball and a strike to Oberkfell. Five-4 Braves as they bat in the ninth. That's out of play. Knowles working his second inning. And then he's due to be the leadoff man in the last half of the ninth. Trio was in the on-deck circle when Martinez struck out to end the eighth. Guerrero hit another one. He's got 13 now, and the Dodgers go up 4-1 on the Mets. Oberkfell hits this one into right. Dawson slipped, and now he can't track it down. He would have caught it, but he lost his footing, and Oberkfell has 3 hits now.
Got to worry on this soft turf after the rains. Dawson doesn't re-injure that hamstring. He's only out a couple of days, but he started after that ball. I'm sure he's very heavily taped by the trainer, John Fierro, which restricts his movement. And you do that with a purpose, to restrict the movement so they don't stretch it too much and re-pull it or re-injure it. A healthy Andre Dawson probably eats that ball up. Every time Oberkfell swings the bat, he hits the ball hard somewhere, doesn't he?
He's 3 for 5 today. Speaking of Oberkfell. And also line to left where Mumphrey made a fine running catch. With the 3 for 5, Oberkfell's average is at 338. Gerald Perry, as the Braves look for some breathing room here.
Oberkfell's 13th double of the year. He's up in the top 5 in that category.
A reminder, the Mazda LPGA comes up after baseball.
Anson Lopez Knight playing in that. Well, the Baltimore team has really taken off. Eddie Murray started at home runs. They're starting to score runs in bunches.
Ray Knight, of course, husband of Nancy Lopez Knight, with the Baltimore club now. Here's the 3-0 pitch with Murphy on deck and Griffey to follow. So Knowles is flirting with some deep trouble. He swings at the 3-0 and sends it up the middle. Oberkfell will score. Perry's had himself a good game, and it's 6-4.
Well, Gerald Perry had an outstanding spring. They've been trying to find a position for him for a number of years. They tried him in left a couple of years ago. It didn't work. They've had a number of first basemen. Simmons has played down there at first base. Perry's played down there. Nettles has played first base. Perhaps he's finally found a home.
Perry's got 2 singles, a walk, and a pair of stolen bases today. Murphy's walked twice, singled, and struck out. Pitch out, but Perry's not going. Let's pause briefly here for station identification on the NBC television network. As Knowles throws over to first, Bob Costas, Tony Kubek. Top half of the ninth, Wrigley Field in Chicago.
Gerald Perry has 2 stolen bases in this ballgame, but even at that, the Braves have stolen just 22 this season, been caught 23 times.
What a woeful percentage that is. If you can't make it around 65% of the time, and there he goes. Murphy takes low and in. Sundberg's throw doesn't get him. So Perry has 3 steals, which puts the Braves as a team at 50% for the year. But if you don't come close to stealing 2 out of every 3 for the course of the season, the stolen base is not really a profitable deal for you.
He got the ball stuck in the heel of that hinged glove and couldn't get it out. Even at that, I don't think he'd had it, because Dickie Knowles had that very, very big, long leg kick. Now they're going to intentionally walk Murphy, and this is the penalty you pay. You take the bat out of one of the best RBIs in the game when you allow your runner to steal. But Chuck Tedder said, what the heck? I got a guy named Griffey right behind him who's back and has already got 3 runs batted in and 3 base hits. So they want to walk Murph. I'll let him pitch to Griff. There's one thing I wish they'd stop putting in the newspapers about catchers throwing out so few runners. I think it's really unfair to hang on a catcher that he only threw out 30% of the runners on the air. Just as an example, take Bob Boone. Now, Bob Boone, I guess there's an 83% success ratio. If you read these numbers statistics, Michael's going to make a double switch right here. But Boone goes over to California. He leads the American League. So was it Boone's fault at Philadelphia, or was it the pitching staff? Parrish can't throw anybody out at Philadelphia. He was throwing everybody out, or a good percentage with Detroit. Is it the pitching staff or the catcher? But the blame seems to go on the pitcher. Mike Mason comes in to replace Dickie Knowles.
And Manny Trio goes in at third base. Trio will be the leadoff man and hit ninth in the bottom half of the ninth. And Mason will assume Moreland's spot in the order. Last Sunday and picked up a victory. Now he faces Griffey, who takes a strike.
Gene Michael put him in the ball game yesterday and double from the 8th place hitter, sacrificing in 3 consecutive left-handers, and he couldn't do anything with them. A home run.
In fact, Gerald Perry, left-handed hitter, hit the homer off him, and Perry doesn't do that well against southpaws generally.
He's gone.
But Griffey fouls it out of play.
They were moving off second and first. Mason has that control problem. I'm going to remind you again, the Mazda LPGA coming up next right here on NBC.
Griffey began the day by grounding to first in the first. Since then, he has an RBI double and a pair of run-scoring singles. 3 for 4, 3 RBIs.
A lot of the caught stealing that Chuck Tanner and the Braves have been on hit and runs. It's not necessarily a straight steal because they don't have a lot of base stealing speed. But the hitter swings through, they pitch out, and they get caught.
In the air to center field, here comes Martinez. Mumphrey also.
Whoops.
And who's got the ball? One of them does, and it's Mumphrey. Well, the center fielder is advised to take everything he can get to, but there is a limit. That ball wound up in straightaway left.
It started off toward left center field, and the wind kept blowing it away, and Martinez didn't give up on it. Luckily, Mumphrey held on. I don't know what would have happened if Hank Sauer had been out there. Martinez would run into him. It's a rhetorical question. It requires no answer.
And that's why I provided none. Here's Nettles.
Look out, Harry. Right back toward Harry Carey. Missed his boot by 1, I think, and ended up. There's Harry, along with Dwayne Stats. Harry didn't have the reflex to get the net out that time. It was a line drive foul back.
No, on the contrary. He judged it so well, he knew it was just to his right. He didn't even budge.
Yeah.
That's down low.
Lou Boudreau, the Hall of Famer, was too far to Harry's left. He couldn't grab it for him.
Nettles 0 for 3 with a walk. He had a ground out that scored a run. .6-4 Braves, top of the 9th. Swung over it by about a foot. 1-2 with 2 out and 2 on. Mason trying to get him out of this jam and keep his club reasonably close. Give him a chance in the last half of the 9th. Two and 2.
Boy, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters have really done a job on the Cubs today. They've been on base 11 of 13 times, which is what they're supposed to be doing. But your best hitters usually in those spots.
In center field, Martinez makes the catch. But once again, after the Cubs creep to within 1, the Braves throw another run on the board to widen the gap. Outs from making it 2 straight. Ball 1.
Dallas Green, another one of the Philadelphia connections. You can talk about Mazeroski, Richardson, Grits, those who made the double play well. Billy Martin made it well, but of those who made it the prettiest, I think right here sit in your batter's box. Manny Trio with that quick whip-like arm. Never been a second baseman, had the kind of quickness in his arm and velocity that he had.
And how about the way he liked to taunt hitters? If they hit a
yeah.
sharp ground ball to him at second, got to him so quickly, especially on that AstroTurf, he'd hold it and make you run down to first. A liner caught by Obi. Well, your exclamation was, "Oh boy," appropriate, as it's gloved by Obi. He's had a good day in the field, and he has 3 hits at the plate today for the Braves. Watch as he retires trio.
Pitch out over the plate, a little bit up, and Oberkfell, who is shaded a little bit toward first base, with a nice lunging catch.
Sandberg takes a strike. You saw the Dodger-Mets score. If this one ends quickly here, they're in the last half of the 8th at Shea. We may shift you over to New York for the conclusion of that game. Guerrero has 2 homers for the Dodgers. Dykstra has a pair of solo homers for the Mets. Bouncing ball is short. Andres Thomas. The Cubs are down to their last out. This doesn't mean we're giving up on Chicago's chances. It does mean that if the game should end quickly, we've got to bail out quickly. So this week's NBC Miller Lite Player of the Game is Ken Griffey. Miller Lite is happy to present a check for $1,000 in his name to the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Mumphrey comes to the plate. If he reaches, Dawson would represent the tying run.
He may be taking 1 strike. Let's see. Try and work a walk from Garber.
Well, there's the 1 strike. Mumphrey is 2 for 4. 1-1 to him.
You know, John McSherry's called a heck of a ball game. I've seen just once in this ball game where anybody's even questioned a call, and that was Andres Thomas when he got called out on strikes. He's regarded, along with the Dutch Reynolds, Duck Harvey, there are others, but those 3 come to mind, as being great behind the plate in balls and strikes. And he's squibbered.
And that one is in for a base hit. Mumphrey's on his way to second.
They got their man up, too.
Mumphrey has a pair of doubles and 3 hits all told in 5 trips. The Cubs as a team have hit 33 home runs in their last 20 games. If they continued their pace of the first 2 months, they'd break the club home run record of 182 set in 1958. They've had 5 different games this year where they've hit as many as 4 home runs. They haven't put one over the wall today.
It is so early in this season, but they are on a 235 home run pace, which would fall 5 short of the major league record.
Jerry Mumphrey, by the way, down at second base, spent the first 4 or 5 weeks of the year almost chained to the bench, but in limited duty for the season, and he's gotten to play quite a bit of late. His batting average is now up to .421. Dawson's 0 for 3 with a walk. Swing and a miss.
Al Monchak, the bench coach, has moved the outfield way back now. You can not hit a ball over your head for a double or in the gaps. So Nettles is guarding the line defensively, trying to take the double away down the line so Dawson stays out of scoring position with the timer. And the outfield has moved back close to the warning track. Tony Barnaroon upstairs flashing those signs defensively to Al Monchak on the bench.
How big is the extra run that Perry's single produced in the top of the 9th?
And do some sign switching. That's the trip from Virgil to the mound. The runner on second.
Otherwise, a simple single could tie it. Way outside, 1-1. Mumphrey at second. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Dawson has 12 home runs for the season. Garber sets and pitches. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Still 2 strikes. I believe Andre, the Hawk, was going to tie it up with 1 swing. You can see that little loop in his swing, that uppercut, trying to get at the ball down and in on the last strike.
Leon Durham waits on deck. If Dawson gives him a chance. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball foul. From Atlanta's perspective, if they hold on here, they're 2 over 500.
Remember the play we saw earlier in the ball game where Griffey was tagged out at third base with 2 outs? Now's the time, if you're Mumphrey, a ball to the left side, you can't afford to have the game ended by you getting tagged out by the third baseman. You've got to be a little more thoughtful. Virgil again, with the possibility of Mumphrey relaying signs, if not the actual pitch. What Mumphrey can do is watch the catcher set up or see the location, the relay location. If the catcher sets up inside, you know it's not going to be a breaking ball, it's a fastball. And you can relay location. Sometimes that can be very valuable to an Andre Dawson.
The 1-2 again. If the Braves win this one, they'll be 3.5 behind San Francisco in the West, pending the outcome of the Giants game tonight at Philadelphia. Cincinnati is in between. They're in second place now, 2 back.
Cincinnati's lost 7 of their last 10.
Once more. Swing and a drive to left center. Way back. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's tied. Of his hits have been game winners already this year, and now 6 have tied games. Here's Durham. Ball 1. Killer D's indeed.
Can one man lift a team to a pennant in the East? Yes, if anybody can, it's that guy right there, the way he's played his best power production start in his major league career, Andre Dawson. He wanted to come here, he got his wish, didn't he? Play on grass in daylight.
And when you talk about a tough guy to hit a home run off of in this situation, especially for a right-handed hitter, a guy like Garber who keeps the breaking stuff down. Look at the 2 pitches Durham just swung at and missed.
If you were watching from the center field camera, Virgil decoyed outside and then slid inside, and the ball was hit a little bit on the fist, but it just kept carrying the left center field in that short part.
2-2. Well, Rick Mailer, in terms of a decision, is now history. Garber almost helped Mailer to snap that personal 5-game losing streak. Now Mailer has had no decision in his last 2 outings. Down to second base, Oberkfell. Extra innings at Wrigley Field. And we'll let you listen to the ovation for Dawson when he comes out of the dugout. Show you what we were talking about in terms of the pitch. Dawson hit off Garber. He practically picks it off his shoe tops. Look where this ball is. And he golfs it out.
Ozzie Virgil decoyed inside, slid outside. You could see the last thing Ozzie Virgil did, and he took the glove and he went down with it and made keep it down. Well, it was down, but it was down and inside. And Andre hit it on the end of the bat, but after 2 outs, Mumford, who's been red hot, loves to hit in daylight in Wrigley, gets a double, and Dawson ties it up with a 2-run home run.
And one platoon from Andre's Army goes crazy out there. Guerrero and Dawson each have moved up today. Murphy moved up with his 2 homers here yesterday. Virgil swings and misses 1 and 2. He's 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, and now Mike Mason is the man on the spot.
We will hold in abeyance our selection for the MVP for this ball game.
Boy, it's happened here before.
The Sandberg game off Bruce Sutter.
Called strike 3. Virgil. Boy, oh boy, he'll take the box score from this game and put it through the shredder. 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts.
He has had such a great May with 11 home runs, and all of a sudden you start thinking home run, you maybe start pulling off the ball. And a pitch that was very close, down and in. He thought it was a ball. McSherry says no.
Outside to Thomas, who's 0 for 4. In the air to right. Dawson's there. 2 out. So the bottom of the order hasn't given Chuck Tanner very much today. Virgil and Thomas are combined 0 for 10. And yet his pitcher, Rick Mailer, had an RBI hit in the 4th. Now it's the pitcher's spot due, and we're going to get Gary Renicky, the former Oriole and Yankee, as a pinch hitter. Big home run threat, especially in this park. As you see, he hasn't connected this year.
And although Gene Michael has just 1 position player left on his bench, and that's Brian Dayette, Chuck Tanner uses his first. Renicky, he's still got Ramirez, Benedict, Hubbard, Hall, and Simmons on his bench, and Gene Michael with Mason, the number 2 hitter, in the 10th. He's got Dayette, but you could end up with a 24-man roster seeing a Sutcliffe.
Renicky, as you saw, doesn't have a homer. He's only had 40 at-bats, but to put it in perspective, he has never had, in a major league season, more than 393 at-bats, but he's had seasons where he has 21, 25, 19 homers. Usually has been a platoon player. Terrific platoon in left for Earl Weaver and then Joe Altobelli in Baltimore.
And John Lowenstein, they drove in about 150 runs between them one year. I guess Ayala was in there too, but he had very few at-bats.
Yeah, it was primarily Renicky and Lowenstein. 2-0 the count.
You see so much more maneuvering by managers in this National League than the American League, don't you? Chuck Tanner's really been on a downhill spiral the last 3 years, hasn't he? With the Pirates team, and last year with the Braves team in last place. He finished last 3 years in a row now. one of the best managers in the game, and if you don't have the talent, things don't go your way, you can have happen to you what's happened to him. He's considered one of the best.
Deion James on deck. Top of the 10th, 2 out, nobody on. And Renicky draws the walk as a pinch hitter. Well, 3 years ago in this park, Willie McGee hit for the cycle in a Cardinal Cub game. Cards led 11-9 with 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the 10th. We had to get off the air. We gave Willie McGee the MVP. Dernier drew a walk. Ball 1 to James. Good block by Sundberg. And Sandberg hit his second homer, which gave him 5 hits. The Cubs tied the game and eventually won it 12-11. And we had to call for some of those absentee ballots and a recount and make Sandberg the MVP over Willie McGee. Well, we gave it to Ken Griffey with 2 outs in the last half of the 9th and nobody on. And you've
been apologizing ever since.
Mumphrey dunks a double and Dawson ties the game with a homer.
Yeah, you usually forget the guy who kept it going, Mumphrey, with 2 outs, who had a tough pitch and just lofted it to left field. Set it up for Dawson with 2 outs.
2-0.
Mason knows he's fighting for a spot on this staff. Gene Michael wants 2 left-handers in the bullpen if he can have them.
Remember the game earlier this year when Mason started for Texas against Ken Dixon of the Orioles? The bookies issued a Mason-Dixon line. Just high. 3-1.
The bookies did not.
Well, they had to put out a line on the game, didn't they? Renicky not much of a threat to run.
He's got decent speed, though. He can score if you get a long base set and hit one of the gaps.
So back-to-back walks with 2 out. And Oberkfell has been a terror today. Has a chance to give the Braves another lead. Just this morning, Gene Michael quoted as saying, "It's a comforting feeling to know we can come from behind." Down 9-0 yesterday, come back to 9-5 and had a lot of base runners that they left stranded. And in fact, the exact term he used was, "It's good to know that we can fall behind 4-0 and still have a chance." Well, they fell behind 4-0 today and eventually got back to tie it in dramatic fashion.
Yesterday, Mike Mason couldn't hold them, and it ended up hurting the ball club. He's struggling a little bit again.
Oberkfell 3 for 5. Little squibber down to short. Dunston to Sandberg. For the last half of the 10th. Tied at 6. Next Saturday, Tony, you and I come right back to Chicago, but go over to Comiskey Park for the Red Sox and White Sox. Vin and Joe out in L.A. Phillies and Dodgers. It begins at 3 Eastern Time next Saturday on NBC.
Get a chance to see some of the Red Sox kids. Jeff Dedman comes on. Alice Burke, their young, speedy center fielder from John McNamara. Mike Greenwell, who, boy, did he have his red-hot bat when he's replacing Jimmy Rice. The ERAs coming out of this Atlanta bullpen are indicative of one of their major problems. See, Jeff Dedman fits right into the category. They're a respectable team this year. You know, Atlanta last year, Bob, they almost into July, they were a very competitive ball club. Jeff Tanner with a 3-man rotation for a while and 3 days rest, and some felt that hurt the pitching staff. He doesn't think so, nor did Johnny Sane.
Sundberg, who came in to catch after Davis left in the 8th for a pinch runner. Strike on the outside corner. Last year, the Cubs were dead men when Dedman came in against them. He had a record of 3-0 and an ERA of 0.79. against the Cubbies in '86. 1-1.
Dallas Green felt this year he had against somebody to give Jody Davis some rest. He's caught an awful lot of ball games the last 4 years, and they've paid a big price to get Sundberg, but I think in the long haul it's going to pay off.
The pitcher's spot next as a result of a double switch with Moreland out of the game. Mason is hitting in Moreland's spot, 6th in the order. Got the outside corner, 2-2.
He looks like he's throwing very hard. Whether there's any movement on the ball from up here, we can't tell. Hard doesn't always make it. It's location.
Here's a shot to right. Murphy will be there.
Brian Diet, the last player that Gene Michael has on the bench, aside from pitchers after this. He's going to take a crack at Dedman. Diet is an outstanding low ball hitter. You get the ball down, and boy, he can turn on the ball and get it to left center field in a hurry.
I wonder if Sundberg had reached base with Perry, Murphy, and Griffey due in the 11th, meaning 2 of the first 3 hitters are left-handed. I wonder if he would have left Mason in to sacrifice.
I would think so.
But since Sundberg is retired, he goes to Diet.
Gene Michael's a guy because he remembered Diet in the Yankee organization when Gene was the manager, but also the general manager over there for George Steinbrenner, and he felt that Diet, with his power, and he's a decent outfielder. He runs fairly well, pretty good throwing arm, can play left field for you. He felt in this ballpark he could help him off the bench or starting. They're guarding the lines at the corners in the infield to take the double away.
Ball 1.
Defensive alignment, kind of bunching him in the outfield, playing tight at the corners. Nettles and Perry.
If it goes to the 11th inning, it's that heart of the Atlanta order which has just murdered the Cubs today. Perry, Murphy, Griffey.
Was that a Wrigley Field or a Fenway Park swing? A severe uppercut to get the ball in the air. Wind now will help the ball to left center field. It's starting to blow like a crosswind now off Lake Michigan. It's blowing straight in most of the day. Now it's blowing a little bit from right to left, quartering somewhat. Ball in the air to left center or center field could be helped a little. Ow.
That's the second time Big John McSherry has been stung by a foul tip today. And he shakes it off, but look at the scowl on his face. Bad enough it's gone extra innings with that heavy equipment on. Now he's being battered.
Dedman got the ball right where he wanted to. Not off McSherry's mask, but I mean up and in to Diet, a low ball hitter. What kind of power has Diet got? He hit 35 home runs one year at Columbus, Yankees AAA franchise. 34 the year before at Nashville. He is strong.
Chopper, fair ball. Nettles, long throw. Didn't get him. It gets away. But the runner is held at first.
E5. Nettle goes to the foul line, but just threw a little bit of a sinker over that Perry couldn't dig out.
It would have been a close play with a good throw, but they would have had him.
Nettles playing near the line, surrounds the ball to get a good angle for the throw. And let it go. It had a little sinking action. I don't know if it picked up a little moisture. Usually, and we talked about his arm not being strong, but usually his arm is very, very true.
That's Nettles' first error of the year and the first error for either team today. Dunston, ball 1.
Here's a situation just on some occasions where the 24-man roster hurts. You'd like to get a pitch runner with some speed out in base for Diet, where you might steal a base with Dunston up, or he can go first to third easier. the 24-man roster, there have been some players that really bitterly objected to the 24-man roster, even though the arbitrator upheld the ownership side in that matter.
Well, there's no doubt the owners have the right to do it. It's in the agreement. But it defies logic that every single team would opt to do it with no exceptions.
Yeah, the players wish you'd have been the arbitrator, the way you're sounding. What Gene Michael has done in situations, he sometimes uses Jamie Moyer or Greg Maddox, two pitchers, because they're such good athletes, as pinch runners. Sometimes.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Good breaking ball at the knees.
Well, what a hole Dunstan's got to shoot through if he can go the opposite way. Obergefell cheating for the double play towards second, and Perry holding the runner. Look at that gap, folks.
And he tried to push it that way. At least it looked that way.
Except he went for a pitch that was about a foot out of the strike zone, just off the ground.
So now he's behind on the count, 1-2. David Martinez on deck. Bottom of the 10th, 6-6. Into center field, it'll drop. Sounded like he broke his bat, but it gets the job done.
It's a situation right there with a fast runner, a pinch runner, with the ball dying in the grass, with James playing deeply with not a good throwing arm. You've got first and third, and the sacrifice fly could win this game. They probably would have had to load him up. But again, the 24-man roster, one less player you can't afford when you're out of players off the bench with that pitch runner. Out comes Bruce Del Clanton to go over a little bit of a scouting report on David Martinez with Dedman. Perhaps wants him to keep the ball down in the strike zone. I mean, Dedman just turned Dunston around the pitch before this. I mean, he swung at a pitch that was off the ground, a foot out of the strike zone, and then he tried to make a pitch about a foot inside off the plate, and he makes it too good. That pitch is down in the strike zone. Inside, it's probably a ground ball. When it gets belled high, you've got the natural loft to be able to get it to the outfield.
So with one out, an error, and a broken bat hit to center, give the Cubs a chance to win it. Dedman to Martinez. Ball one.
You just see more games of this nature in parks like Fenway, that left field wall, Wrigley Field with the short dimensions. The pitchers try to get so careful. There are an awful lot of comebacks in those two ballparks.
Manny Trio on deck. 2-0.
Has to do with they had a lot of base runners, but an awful lot has to do because of Glenn Hubbard, who's so good turning the double play. He's like a rock at second base when he plays.
This one's slapped toward Nettles. They might get two. There's one, and there's two, and Dedman's out of the inning. A wicked collision at second base between Obergefell and Dunston.
Dunston's out. Dunston's still out. He really hit Obergefell hard. There aren't any players left either, folks. We'll be back.
Watch Dunston get conked on the head here in this collision.
It's a roll block, which they should really, even before Obergefell releases the ball, when you see him throw a roll block, according to the interpretation of the rule, should have called the runner out at first base. They barely get him after that. It was not an easy double play because with a left-handed hitter up, Obergefell could not cheat too close to the bag, and Nettles had to lead him, which gave Dunston an extra step with that great speed. Obergefell turns this play beautifully. Look at the roll block by Sean.
Meanwhile, Martinez is out by the proverbial eyelash at first to complete the double play. It took a long while for Dunston to get up off the ground and conclude that he could continue. Had he been forced to come out of the game as Ron Davis comes in as the new pitcher and starts Perry with a strike, there would have been a very interesting situation because the Cubs are out of players. Now, Dayette was in the game as a pinch hitter. He's now out. But they could have kept him in, played him at third, moved Trio to second, and Sandberg over to short.
Or just let Sandberg at second and move Trio to short. He's played a little bit there, not a whole lot. So Gene Michael almost had more of his work cut out for him than he hoped. They're trying to get Ron Davis to go back to throwing that four-seam fastball, the one that made him successful when he was with the Yankees as a setup man. He got in a habit where he's throwing all sinker balls with the seam. There's a final. Guerrero with a couple of home runs, as did Dykstra.
And the Dodgers snapped the losing streak at 7.
Herm Starrett trying to get the movement back on Davis's riding fastball and the sinker. He fell in love with the sinker. Here's Starrett.
This is a 2-2 pitch. And he got Perry.
There it was, the four-seamer. Something with the Yankees. When he was there, he was throwing all sinker balls. And they got him and they said, look, you throw hard enough to go four seams and get the ball up and in or ride it. Throw the ball by guys. You don't have to always turn the ball over, sink it. And that's what he just used. The trainer's coming out. Davis just hurt himself. John Fierro, who just tended to Sean Dunston after the end of that inning. Johnny now out with Ron Davis. Did he just take his glove and tap his back? Don't know. When he released that last pitch, did something pop? Just a little stiffness. They're probably going to let him throw a little bit as Herm Starrett comes out now. He tried to put a little extra on this pitch. It's out of the strike zone. Davis. Is that the elbow? Is he holding his left elbow or his right elbow?
Looked like it was more in the vicinity of the forearm, at least where he was holding it.
Apparently it says he's all right to Herm Starrett and John Fierro. Well, if it's in the upper forearm near that elbow area, that's a very tough spot to have a problem with for a pitcher. Sometimes you don't know how serious it is. When you come out of the bullpen, you're warm, you got the sweatshirt on, you're loose, and you end up damaging it even more.
Now, as Murphy settles in, check what the heart of the order has done today for the Braves, even counting the strikeout of Perry a moment ago. Strike one to Murphy. Perry, Murphy, and Griffey, between them, have 6 hits, 4 walks, 5 runs scored, and 4 RBIs. 3 of the 4 RBIs belong to Griffey. 1-1. It's lonesome down there.
Jamie Moyer was thrown. He would be between starts, so Jamie Moyer threw, the last couple of innings just lightly, and he could be used if needed.
But in terms of other maneuvers, Gene Michael is down to zip, right?
Yep.
No pinch hitters, no pinch runners, or possibility of defensive moves.
He's got Lee Smith down in the bullpen if he needs him. He's had some back tenderness. He's got Sutcliffe to pinch hit if he needs him. Moyer could come in and pitch. Maddox to pinch run. The quality of play suffers just a tad with the 24-man roster. Well, he's got a good fastball. That ball appeared to rise.
And as you mentioned, when he was at his best with the Yankees, he had the fastball that took off and also one that sank. And they say he did it without ever doctoring the ball. Did it legally. Terrific movement on the fastball in those days. He walks Murphy on the 3-2 pitch that didn't miss by much. It's the 3rd walk Murph has drawn today.
On base 5 of 6 times. Show you the respect they have for him. 4 bases on balls, 1 intentional.
I take it back. You're right. 4 walks. I said 3. 4 walks, a single and a strikeout for him today.
And off Ron Davis' delivery, 1 out and the left-handed hitter up. Chuck Tanner may not run him, but Murphy's stolen base total has been going down the last few years. But Davis has a long delivery and a high leg kick. Sundberg has not thrown that well the last couple of years, a little bit rusty this year especially. Be surprised if Murph doesn't move. We'll see. Not getting a big lead, though, at all.
Not going as Griffey bounces one to short. Dunston steps on the bag and throws, and got him.
That kid's got an arm, doesn't he? Called Sandberg off, took it himself.
Shaking off the effects of the collision a half inning earlier. He gets the job done.
Great players do these kinds of things, or at least try to. Murphy is trying to do unto Dunston what Dunston tried to do or did to Obergefell. You talk to the Frank Robinsons and the Mantles and the Marises, and Aaron was that way. They will throw their body at the middle infielder and try and break up the double play and risk injury, and Murphy just did, but Dunston turned it nicely with that great arm.
Murphy
He made that great throw early in the ball game too, up against the wall.
He has 4 walks today, the National League record since 1900, and there they're working on Ron Davis's arm. You saw him clutch it in the last half inning, and the game was delayed for a moment while he tossed a couple of warm-up pitches. I'll tell you about Murphy in a second. He got in on Trio, he grounds it down to Nettles, and Greg throws him out. Murphy has 4 walks today. The National League record for walks in a game post-1900 is 5. Many players have done it, and the most recent occurrence involved Murphy in 1983. Now, the Major League record and American League mark since 1900 is 6 walks in a game by Jimmy Fox in 1938. And Andre Thornton of the Indians got 6 walks in a game in '84, but that was a 16-inning game.
Sandberg 1 for 5 today, but he has hit the ball hard 4 times.
Makes a strike.
Sandberg is lined out to right. That was the outstanding play by Murphy. First inning. He's lined to center, hit the ball hard to short.
0-2 as Dedman gets ahead of him. Mumphrey on deck. And if somebody reaches, Dawson, who tied the game with a 2-out, 2-run homer in the last of the ninth. 6-6 in the 11th. 1-2 to Sandberg.
Chuck Tanner starts his bullpen. He's looking down the road, not only to Andre Dawson, but maybe even to Mumphrey. He'll turn Mumphrey around to the right side with no pinch hitters left. So Tanner looking 2-3 hitters ahead in this extra inning ball game.
The 2-2. Full count now. He was ahead 0-2. Of course, the way the Cub lineup is staggered makes it difficult for Tanner. He brings in a lefty to turn Mumphrey around to the right side, his less effective side, as Chicago beats Boston 9-1 at Fenway. Bannister pitched a good game. Then he's got Dawson, the right-handed hitter, sitting next.
That's why he's got a left-hander and a right-hander going.
But when he switches back to the right-hander, as I started to say, then Durham comes up after Dawson.
Hasenmacher, the left-hander, if Chuck wants to use him against Mumphrey, and then the right-hander, O'Neill there. In case he wants to go back and just use Hasenmacher for one hitter. They say good managers manage a couple of hitters ahead. I think the great managers, and I think Tanner is that, manage a few innings ahead at least. And handling of that bullpen, which has been so tough for Tanner this year to try and get production out of it, he's had to use it a lot.
The payoff pitch. Andres Thomas plays it cleanly. 2 gone in the last half of the 11th.
I'll tell you, this infield is going to drive a guy like Sandberg crazy. Hit that ball right on the nose, too, to the left of the shortstop, and the ball just died in the grass.
So Sandberg is 1 for 6. Here's Mumphrey, who's 3 for 5. And in addition, was robbed of a hit on Nettles' diving play back in the first. Ball one. After 5.5, the Braves led 4-0.
We've got 15 walks in this ball game.
Something close to that.
Braves are stranded at 11. Cubs 8.
Should have said after 4.5, the Braves led 4-0. Cubs cut it to 4-3. Braves went up 5-3. Cubs got a run to make it 5-4. Braves took a 6-4 lead to the last of the 9th. Dawson's homer tied it. We're in the 11th, tied at 6 now, and the count goes to 3-0 on Mumford, with Dawson next.
That's what the Cubs card looks like. All the scratch out marks. You can see Sutcliffe's name has been put in the left-hand pinch hitting column. It wasn't there earlier. Johnny Oates let me copy that card before the ball game, and they've now put Sutcliffe to the left-hand side. And listen to this for Dawson. They're facing the east and bowing to Andre.
Homered his last time. Skies it into shallow right. Obert fell out. Murphy in. Murphy's there. And we go to the 12th.
Trainer applying a little hot stuff, I believe, to the elbow of Ron Davis after he apparently felt a twinge when he threw the strikeout pitch. John Fierro, the head trainer, observing. Davis right back out there. He belonged to the Cubs. Signed originally by them. Somebody told him he didn't throw hard enough. They let him go, and then he started throwing hard with the Yankees. Somebody probably told Ronnie as a kid, hold the ball with the seams and sink it. Never realized how much velocity he had till he went to the four-seamer.
Now he faces his former Yankee teammate Nettles to start the 12th. In addition to his 0 for 4, Greg has a walk today and an RBI on a ground out. Ball one outside.
The Cubs have so many pieces they have to fit into the puzzle to become a legitimate contender. The two kids, the four-seamer, now he goes to the sinker ball grip, breaking ball grip, and the flat slider. The two kids that have to perform well for Herm Starrett, Maddox and Moyer. Trout's got to get healthy, as does Sanderson. Sutcliffe's got to be steady. Got to get middle relief. Take the pressure off Lee Smith. You know they're going to catch the ball decently. Their new speed and also hit the ball.
Two and two to Nettles, leading off in the 12th. He'll be followed by Virgil and Andres Thomas. Did he go? Yes.
Billy Williams down at third, raises the right hand. A little slider. They were trying to backdoor it as Sundberg set up outside. Nettles tried to check his swing. They asked for the appeal and they got the strike call. And I wonder if the elbow problem bothers Davis on the fastball and not the breaking ball, because he stuck with the breaking ball pretty much to Nettles. I think he threw 3 to him in that series.
Well, we mentioned that Murphy has 4 walks today. Virgil has 4 Ks. Fouls that one back to the screen.
It might be bothering, but it didn't bother him on that last pitch because he threw the heck out of it. Usually the slider's the one that gives that one side of the elbow a little bit of a problem from that twisting action.
1-1 pitch.
Chuck Tanner still got a lot of bullets in the gun in case he wants to make some moves. He's got the speed of a Hall. He's got the bat of a Simmons. Hubbard could get on base to lead off an inning. He takes a lot of walks. He's still got Ramirez and Benedict there. Benedict can be the catcher in case he wants to pinch it, although you doubt it with the way Virgil's been swinging the bat. But you might pinch run for Virgil.
He checks his swing, and they punch him out of there.
Frank Pulley this time down at first base. On a sweeping breaking ball that Ozzie couldn't check his swing. I think Davis has got to leave now. That last pitch he threw brings John Fierro out and Gene Michael. Michael is going to go to the home plate umpire. That elbow just, I don't know if it really blew, but boy, this last pitch.
Now speaking,
Virgil didn't swing at that ball at all, Bob, and that ball was not a strike, and Pulley punched him out. He didn't even come close to swinging that. I think they're going to have to let him go, and Gene Michaels goes to the home plate umpire and make sure he says, can I get as many pitches for my left-hander Moyer as he wants? And they'll give him as much as he needs.
now here comes Moyer, who was Thursday's starter, if I'm not mistaken. In the game the Reds won, or rather the Cubs won against the Reds 8-7 on Bob Dernier's home run. 7 homers all told were hit in the game. Now Davis has to leave, and he pitched well while he was in there. He faced 5 hitters, struck out 3 of them, issued a walk, and the other guy hit into a double play. We'll be back. Well, this is the kind of game, if it goes on much longer, that can really play havoc with your pitching staff. Moyer started on Thursday against the Reds. He only lasted until the 3rd inning, so they can use him here. He allowed 3 home runs in 2 1/3 with the wind blowing out to left field on Thursday against Cincinnati. Eric Davis hit one of them, and it went about 480 feet out onto Waveland. The last time we saw Moyer, last Saturday in Houston, he hooked up with Nolan Ryan and beat him 2-1.
He had that great outing against the Phillies. Puts a no-hitter into the, 9th inning. This is the 20th player. Ozzie Virgil sits down after he tried to check his swing. We thought he did 5 times.
The record for strikeouts in a 9-inning game is 5. The record for strikeouts in an extra inning game of any length is 6. Most recently by Cecil Cooper in the American League when he was with the Red Sox in '74, and by Don Hoke, then playing with the Cubs in the National League back in 1956. Fouled off by Andres Thomas.
The only players Gene Michael has not used in his 24-man roster, the 3 starters, Greg Maddux, Scott Sanderson, Rick Sutcliffe. Sutcliffe going tomorrow. Sanderson pitched yesterday. And Lee Smith. Smith was up a couple of times, but perhaps his back didn't feel quite right to allow Gene Michael to use it.
One pitch. Shortstop, and on the short hop, it's Dunston. Puts it over there, and that'll do it. So Moyer only has to face 1 hitter, and we go to the last of the 12. Durham, Sundberg, and the pitcher's spot in the last half of the 12. Jeff Dedman on the hill for the Braves, who were within a strike of wrapping this one up in regulation.
Each pitching staff has walked 8 to this point.
Pitch to the bull is a breaking ball down low. Garber had 2 strikes on Dawson when Andre picked one up off his shoe tops and sent it into the bleachers in left center for a 2-run homer with 2 out of 9. And look out! Way back in right, and it's going to die. Man, that looked good off the bat, and the wind killed it short of the track as Murphy pulled it in.
You know, Bob, just in the last inning, now the wind is blowing in from dead center or straight in from right, but the velocity of the wind is picked up, and it's a lot more brisk. When the game started, it was clocked out of the northeast at 9 miles per hour. It's a lot stiffer now, and he hit that ball fairly well, and it just died near that corner.
He hit that ball better than the ball Dawson hit for the homer.
Oh, yeah. Dawson hit it on the end of the bat. Hit in a great spot, though, 375 feet away.
Now here's Sundberg taking a strike. Moyer's in the on-deck circle. If they have to use another pinch hitter, as we've mentioned, the almost certain choice is Sutcliffe.
Well, just what Jody said. Jody Davis started the ball game talking about the win factor. Rick Sutcliffe, who's still having some control problems. He's walked 33, but he's 7-2.
The thing about Sutcliffe isn't that average. It's the home run potential. He's occasionally launched one out of here. Good pitch on the corner, and Sundberg makes a left turn and heads back.
What you find you have to do if you pinch hit him for Moyer, who do you pitch?
Lee Smith eventually.
Well, apparently Lee Smith, he may be unavailable as he was last week in Houston when we thought he was coming in the ball game, and he had a little bit of back stiffness. Moyer has had 14 at-bats this season. He's got 3 base hits, doesn't have an RBI. Jamie's also gotten the base on balls. Is what he's up there looking for right now.
Try and give Dunston a chance. Sean's in the on-deck circle. Slaps it slowly to short. Thomas throws him out. We head for the 13th. But first, these messages from your local station. The Hancock Building, shrouded in fog as we go to the 13th at Wrigley Field. It's almost 5:20 local time here. We've got well over another hour of daylight here, or playable daylight, I should say, much more than an hour of actual daylight, but we can probably go until close to 7 o'clock here.
Albert Hall's got a bat in the on-deck circle. And when he's had a chance to play, has played very well for Chuck Tanner. He filled in terrifically when James was injured with a chest injury.
So Jeff Dedman departs, and Albert Hall, switch hitter, comes on to hit for him. And a logical choice here to lead off the inning because he's a definite threat to steal should he reach. Jamie Moyer, who faced one hitter getting Andres Thomas to ground out to end the 12th, now goes to work here in the 13th.
Trios had to come way in at third and also guard the line.
Curve for a strike.
Which is dangerous with a right-handed hitter up, even though he doesn't have a whole lot of power, Hall, because Moyer's best pitch is that straight change. A pitch a right-hander will more likely pull than not. You get him in like this, you can drive it by him.
Through a fastball by him. That's what Moyer does. He sets you up with slow breaking stuff, and then his fastball, which is at best only a little better than average, can blow you away if you're looking for the breaking stuff.
They want him to pitch a little bit more inside to keep the hitters off the outside corner and make his changeup that much more effective.
Here's the 0-2. Fastball in tight. 2-2. You have to feel for the umpires on a day like this. It's cold, temperature in the low 50s, windy. They never get to sit down between innings. Although if you're John McSherry, it'd be worse if you went 13, 14 innings in the midsummer heat of St. Louis or someplace like that.
Chuck Tanner has still got some players left, but he's got his bullpen going now. Randy O'Neill, some time with the Tigers. Doyle Alexander comes back. His job might be in jeopardy.
Hall pokes it into left. Mumphrey's there. So back up to the top of the order for Deion James. Still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 5 with a walk. Check swing. Let's see if it finds a home. It does. It's a fair ball. He's on his way to second, and he stops after a big turn, and he could have made it.
You know why he did?
Dunston's arm?
You betcha. You betcha. He started to go, and he was about halfway down. And I believe Willie Stargell yelled, "Get on back here." A tribute to that kid's arm and his hustle. That guy covers more ground. Not this guy. He used to. But the guy that just chased the ball down in the left field corner, Sean Dunston, the respect for his arm and the way he pounced on this ball prevented that winning run from getting into scoring position. He's going all the way, Bob. I think Stargell stopped him.
Well, I tell you what, even with Dunston's arm, in an extra inning game, a chance to get into scoring position, I think that would have been worth the try.
Yeah, but you got Obergefell, a hot hitter up, followed by your 3-hitter. Why take your chance out of a possibility? The kid's got pretty good speed down there, James. I'm saying he's going to steal because Moyers doesn't have a great move. You could have a hit-and-run situation here. Obergefell rarely swings and misses a ball.
Obi's always one of the toughest to fan in all of the major leagues each year.
Boy, I really admire, Sean Dunston, the way he struggled with the bat, the way he has retained his aggressiveness defensively, going after pop-ups and the way he goes after ground balls.
Obergefell's 3 for 6. Takes inside. 2-0. James down at first has stolen 2 bases, but he's been thrown out 4 times.
That's typical of this ball club, isn't it?
We are in the 13th. If you're a baseball fan and savor this kind of thing, you can thank Andre Dawson for that. If you're a fan of ladies golf and you're wondering where the Mazda LPGA is, you can thank Andre Dawson for that.
In a steal situation with a guy like Obergefell, it's awfully difficult for the middle infielders because Obergefell hits the ball through either side. He sprays the ball around, and it's tough to say who's going to cover. You don't want to leave an opening for a guy like Obergefell the way he can hit the ball either way.
Meanwhile, the count goes to 3-0. He looks down at Russ Nixon at third. Gerald Perry is on deck.
Moyers had 1 relief appearance this year aside from this one.
He walked him. Unless I've lost track, that's the 17th walk in the game.
So Sundberg's going to have a little talk with Jamie Moyer. Look at Sean Dunston pounce on this check swing base hit by Deion James. And he comes up and says, "I dare you." When that play started, Mumphrey, the left fielder, was actually closer to where that ball was. But Dunston just outran him and got to it before he could. Regardless, with the walk now, which is, what, the 17th in this ball game? It has not been a pitching clinic, folks. Runners in scoring position after that walk.
Braves pitchers have walked 8. Cub hurlers have walked 9. Fastball for a strike to Perry.
Bob, what that walk does to Obergefell, we'll see if it happens. It probably allows Murphy to come to bat this inning with a runner in scoring position. Unless there's a double play, of course, which is hard to do to Perry.
And against a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
The Cub bullpen is silent. And its only resident right now is Lee Smith. Meanwhile, O'Neill continues to toss. Down on the Atlanta side. It sounds good off the bat. Back goes Martinez to the track.
Ow.
Leaping catch at the ivy.
Was that beautiful?
Wow, what a play. Possible game saver by Martinez. Come on, kid, crack a smile.
He looked away from the ball and picked up the warning track and the vines, and he just hurls his body and breaks the speed with that right foot. You know, they talked about, and Gene Michael was telling us yesterday, they tried to teach him to go back on the ball. I don't know if he's learned any better than that. Sean Dunston steps on second base thinking that the runner left too soon. There was a rotation to the umpires, and John McSherry wanted to get it straight. When the second base umpire, Brocklander, went out toward left center field to make sure it was a catch, the first base umpire, Frank Pulley, had to rotate to the second base bag and make the call, and then Pulley and McSherry got together and said, did he retouch? Did he tag up in time before he went to third? And they agreed that he had. What a great play by that man, Dave Martinez. Boy, he's getting his feet on the ground in a hurry after a terrible start with the bat. And now the confidence level has risen with the bat, and you just saw it with the glove. But still, they're going to walk him. Now, here's a final tribute. First base is not open. They're going to put Murphy on.
No, maybe not.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're going to retouch. They're going to put the ball in play. Safe. They got together. Dunston came in and stepped on the bag. There was no timeout, so they didn't call it the first time. So they thought, well, let's put the ball back in play, try it again. But they'd already made the call.
Now you're right.
Play.
Yep, now they are going to walk him.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait a minute.
I guess they're not.
You see, now I was right.
You're right.
And you scared me off it.
I'd walk him.
That is not the question.
I didn't realize they were going to put the appeal play. And I saw the second baseman and shortstop around second base thinking they were intentionally walk Murphy to load him up, to get a left-hander Moyer against a left-handed hitter. Griffey.
Back to Moyer. They retire Murphy and the side. David Martinez turned it into an unlucky 13th for the Braves. David Martinez preserved the tie with a tremendous leaping catch in left center field against the wall to rob Gerald Perry. He's the second man due to hit now in the last half of the 13th.
Randy O'Neal comes on to pitch for the Braves. O'Neal's 9th ball game this season. He's had 6 game starts. I believe he picked up that split-fingered fastball when he pitched for the Tigers, the Roger Craig influence. I'll tell you, the kids made outstanding plays that inning. Dunston preventing a double, and Martinez in center.
Dunston 1 for 4 with a sacrifice fly, fouls it off. .5:30 Chicago time. We can play for at least another hour.
A couple. Everybody's pulling for it. They've been chanting for Harry in the 14th.
Well, last year, the Cubs and Astros played an 18-inning game. Had to be suspended eventually, and Harry sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," of course in the middle of the 7th, but also in the middle of the 14th. So if we get that far, maybe an encore today. 2-2.
They have really sat down and talked to Sean Dunston about this. You might recall, if you hadn't heard, they put in the Dunston rule. He charged the mound. Doug Harvey let him stay in the ball game. And Mr. Giamatti said from here on in, the guy charges the mound, he is automatically ejected in either league. The commissioner may have stepped in on that too. But they've talked to Dunston about keeping his cool, Dawson and Gene Michael, that if you keep doing it, they're going to throw at you more, to agitate you even more. What they've said then is let our pitchers take care of their pitchers and hitters. If they throw at you, we'll make a little mark in our book. That was not a situation O'Neill was throwing at Dunston, however. Not in this situation with the count to the leadoff hitter the way it was.
Paid attendance today was 33,225. Some have left. Most still here. Broken bat grounded to third. Nettles.
Wow.
Boy, Dunston made that very, very close.
Whoa. He shattered his bat. Really a great hustler, this kid. We're going to take you as Martinez steps in with this applause to what he just did in the prior inning to Gerald Perry with 2 men on base. Folks, that's 2 runs as he challenges the lines. And he comes up, is going to throw. Gets the ball back in the second base.
At second base, Oberkfell. 2 gone in the last half of the 13th. Manny Trio now with Ryne Sandberg on deck. Trio's 0 for 2 since he entered the game. Line to second, grounded to third. Hit .296 as a part-timer in '86 for the Cubs. Had some good years with the bat, late 70s, early 80s with the Phillies, years in which he hit .280, .290 or so.
Wow. John McSherry squeezed the plate that time on Randy O'Neill. That looked like a great pitch.
Whacked, fair ball. Fair ball over the bag. On his way to second. In scoring position for Sandberg.
That ball looked like it hit right on top of the bag, didn't it? And Trio was looking up, and he came close to missing the first base bag. He was looking up to see if he had a chance for a double. The difference in that pitch, you know, if it's called a strike, he's probably a little bit less aggressive. Let's see what Trio does. He's looking at the bag. Got the easy double. It's going to bring a trip from Chuck Tanner to talk with Randy O'Neill and Ozzie Virgil.
The deal here, you have Sandberg, a right-handed batter, and obviously one of the best players in baseball. You do have first base open, but you can't get too cute with him because you got Mumphrey on deck. And Mumphrey, as a left-handed hitter, is extremely dangerous.
But the fact is, you still have a base open. And you can still, and it's always a tough thing for a manager. You go out there and you say, don't walk him, but don't give him a good pitch to hit. And that's kind of, managers hate to use that expression because it puts the pitcher right in the middle. He doesn't know what to do. There's the Mail with the winning run. Not much speed, but a good base runner Trio with 2 outs. He'll get a good jump.
If you're just joining us, Sandberg is 1
there it is.
for 6.
There's the appeal at first. They thought also that perhaps Trio, from naked eye up here, I thought he may have just missed the bag, and the first base umpire, Pulley, says he got the corner. So that may be what Tanner went out to do. Say, look, put the ball back in play. We'll appeal it at first like they did at second.
Sandberg 1 for 6. But he's hit the ball hard several times.
And of course, you know, some of that is done from up in the press box. You know, if you've got a Tony Bartiromo up here who's looking at TV monitors, he can look at the monitor and say, look, it looked like you may have missed it. So you call down on the walkie-talkie. That's why they banned these things in a couple of cities from the press box. Cincinnati and Houston both have banned can't sit up there near TV monitors.
In fact, in Houston last week, Frank Lucchese got the heave-ho. Trying to scout from upstairs and possibly looking at the TV monitors. Astros said, no, out of here. The 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball inside.
Best throwing arm among outfielders belongs to Dale Murphy in right field.
That's a strike. Dion James, who is a good outfielder in terms of tracking the ball down, has a barely average arm, maybe less than average in center. How would you classify Griffey?
Well, at one time, Griffey's was outstanding because he played right field in those big red machines. But with this grass, the way the ball slows it down, you probably won't throw anybody out.
It gets away, and Trio's on his way to third.
Ozzie Virgil didn't really get down. Blocked that. Didn't get down to try and smother it. The guy who's throwing that split-fingered fastball, you're going to get a few bounces in the dirt. Let's see how Ozzie handles this. There's the split-fingered fastball. He reaches for it, doesn't really put the glove between his legs, get down on the knees and smother it against his chest protector. It's one of those that will be scored as a wild pitch, but really a catcher who maybe he's a little tired. We're in the 12th, of course, 13th.
Now added pressure on the infielders. Slow rollers. Sandberg runs well.
Infield base hit, you add that or an infield error. Wild pitch, pass ball. 13 ways you can score from third base.
2-2 pitch, not just yet, as O'Neill steps off. And it holds at 2-2. O'Neill is the fourth Atlanta pitcher. Mailer started, followed by Garber, Dedman, and now O'Neill. For the Cubs, Lynch, DePino, Knowles, Mason, Davis, and Moyer. 10 pitchers all told in the game.
You just saw what good hitters do. They foul off great pitches. That was a great pitch that somehow Sandberg got a piece of.
So another 2-2 delivery. A drive to left, and it's foul. Once more. Got him. O'Neill fans Sandberg, and there will be a 14th inning.
We are going to the 14th. Jamie Moyer. If you're wondering about suspended ball games here at Wrigley Field, it happened last October 5th. So Moyer, the 14th, will face Ken Griffey, Greg Nettles, and Ozzie Virgil. We're tied at 6. A lot of bases on balls, but along with that, we've had some outstanding plays. Martinez made a great one with 2 men on. Murphy's made an outstanding one. There's David in center field, who perhaps saved 2 runs and the ball game. Moyer just missed. 2 balls, no strikes to Ken Griffey. He has 3 runs batted into this ball game with 3 base hits. Fly ball right field. The wind is pushing it back to the infield. Sandberg over. He lost it. Now he's trying to pick it up, and Leon Durham goes tumbling over the bullpen area. I don't believe Ryan Sandberg could find that ball. He took his eye off it to try and find the stands and the bullpen mounds, and the wind blew it back toward home plate. Watch Rhino. He's saying, where's Leon? Leon says, I've got it, kid. Don't worry about it. A tough play, but he's got it for the first down. Now it's Nettles to face Jamie Moyer. Leon Durham's defensive play has really been an upswing this year. Andre Dawson's had that stabilizing effect on him especially, but on this entire team. Nettles hitless in the ball game. He's walked once. He's got a ground ball RBI back in the 5th. One of the Cubs starters, Jamie Moyer, the 7th Cubs pitcher. Lee Smith, we think unavailable, perhaps a stiffness in the back area again. Check swing, fouled away. A ball and a strike to Nettles with 1 out in a 6-6 ball game. And here's Bobby back from the wards.
Back from where?
The latrine.
You really are a man utterly lacking in tact.
It's my military training.
This will be a long throw for Dunston.
Not for
And
him.
he gets Nettles.
There is no long throw for Sean Dunston. He can throw guys out from deep left field with that arm. But he has learned to control it. He has learned to throw it as hard as he has to. He used to take balls like this. He looks the ball into his glove. He's adjusted his footwork. Ruben Amaro helped him a lot. John Vukovic has helped him a lot. And now the stick, the former shortstop Gene Michaels, has really stabilized Sean Dunston.
This has truly been a long day's journey into a dark, dark night for Ozzie Virgil. 0 for 6, 5 strikeouts, ball 1.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like Edgar Allan Poe in this extra inning ball game. Quote the Raven. We'll hear that next.
Nevermore. The record for strikeouts in a game is 6. A game of any length. Extra inning or regulation. If Virgil comes up empty in this turn, he's tied that mark. But Moyer's behind him, 3-0.
Moyer just aimed that last pitch 2-0. He just said, here it is, hit it, the strike, and he couldn't find the strike zone. Didn't have a whole lot on it.
Takes a rip and bounces it foul.
Well, you go to St. Louis, you're back to New York and see Randy and Keith. You may miss a few planes. I got a short trip up to Wisconsin, a couple 100 miles. Fun, isn't it? I mean, not you missing your plane. I mean, fun being in Wrigley. We're going to get a chance to hear Harry, I believe, as he walks in the middle of the 14th. Harry's getting the voice in tune. They've been chatting for him for 2 innings.
No matter what happens, it beats having a real job, I'll tell you that. All right, here comes Thomas. Top half of the 14th, tied at 6.
We're going to see a pinch runner now. I saw some movement around in the dugout for Chuck Tanner. Apparently not.
0 for 6. Fastball outside.
Tanner was just up to get the bullpen going again.
In comes Trio. It's a fair ball. He makes a nice play on a short hop, and he throws Thomas out. Boy, talk about wearing a big league collar. Thomas is 0 for 7 to the last of the 14th.
Here comes Harry.
Since this is the second 7th inning stretch, it's time for Harry to reprise his number here.
Tell you, my former third base coach, Frankie Crissetti, who was in this ballpark the day that Babe Ruth allegedly called his shot. The Cubs team, when they swept them 4 games to nothing in the World Series, would have said, what is this game coming to? A broadcaster saying, take me out to the ball game. But if the Crow was here, he's out in the San Francisco Bay Area, he'd have loved Harry too. He's a beauty, isn't he?
What is this game coming to? That kind of stuff is what this game should always be about.
I didn't say I was opposed to it.
A strike to Mumphrey. I was merely speaking rhetorically. Dawson on deck, and then Durham.
A tough inning for Randy O'Neal, with a few red-hot hitters. 3 in a row. That forkball really fooled Mumphrey. Ball almost bounced when he swung at it.
This is the longest game of the season in the major leagues, both in actual time, 4 hours and 22 minutes right now, and in innings. Hasn't been a game longer than 14 innings yet this year in the majors. In the dirt, and yet he checked his swing, and the ball clicked off the bat.
Look at that. Mumphrey's saying, what in the world was that pitch? Is that really a forkball? He's asking John McSherry. Isn't that a little too hard for a forkball? Chuck Tanner's going to come out right now and talk to John McSherry. Don't know why. Foul the ball in the stands. They're going to go to the third base umpire for ruling on something. I think what Chuck was saying is, wait, did he swing and miss that ball? And it went in the stands? Shouldn't he be called out because it was the third strike? And they're saying, no, he fouled the ball. It hit the ground first, but he did foul it off. Would have been an interesting call to see a third strike without touching the bat go into the stands. What did you see that before?
Foul. The scoreboard mistakenly read 1 and 2, thinking that pitch had been a ball rather than a check swing foul, and that is possibly what prompted Tanner to come out of the dugout. So it's still 0 and 2, and that's high. This is the longest game the Atlanta Braves have been involved in since July 4th and 5th, 1985. That was the dizzy game against the Mets that wound up going 19 innings. Here's Thomas.
He's a smooth-looking shortstop, isn't he? We talk so much about Sean Dunston, but how about Andres Thomas? Here comes that man again.
He's 0 for 7 at the plate, but he's been flawless in the field today, Andres Thomas.
Such a tough pitch to lay off. Bruce Sutter. Word's gotten around about that split-fingered fastball. Sutter learned it here from Freddie Martin, late Freddie Martin in Cub uniform.
Outside 2-0. Dawson's only hit in this marathon was the 2-out, 2-run homer in the last of the ninth that forged the 6-6 tie. Bottom of the 14th. And he pops it up. Down the right field side into foul ground is Perry, and it flicks off his glove.
Give Andre another chance. The bullpen was helping him out. Perry has had trouble defensively through a good part of his career. He did go through the bullpen area, the dirt surface, and the wind factor, and it blowing toward that wall. It was too far for Obergefell to get to. I don't see anybody in the bullpen tell him, hey, you got a lot of room. He had about 2-3 more feet, and they all took a hike on him. They didn't give him the help you'd like to see them give a guy.
Score this one E3, and if you're a Brave fan, you've got to feel uneasy. You give Andre Dawson another swing. The 2-1. And here's a drive toward right. Murphy going over near the line, and it drifts off into foul ground.
Here
Pushed
again,
out that way by the wind.
What Jody Davis was talking about before the ballgame. The wind factor plays such a big part. So many times in the midsummer months when the wind's coming out of the southeast, blowing to the northeast, from home plate to center, that ball carries out of here. This one pushed it in the stands.
You remember that 19-inning game? Begun on the 4th of July, ended in the wee hours of July 5th, 85 at Atlanta. Mets and Braves. Mets eventually won it 16-13 in 19 innings.
As I recall, that people left the ballpark, and then they heard the game was on, and they let another bunch of people come in the ballpark, and some people returned who'd left in the 7th inning.
The Braves were out of players at one point, and Rick Camp, the pitcher, had to bat with 2 outs, I think in the 16th or 17th, down to their last hitter, and he hit a home run to tie the game again. This is a 3-2 pitch, and he walked it. So they could have had him out of there if Perry had held on to the foul pop. Instead, it's a 1-out walk, and it gives Durham a chance. When all was said and done that night in Atlanta, about 3 o'clock in the morning, since the game did begin on the 4th of July, they kept their promise and set off about 20 minutes worth of fireworks.
We're going to have a double switch, I believe, with the Ossenmacher loosening in the bullpen. Chuck Tanner's gone to John McSherry. Andres Thomas will probably leave the ball game. He made the last out, hitting in the 8th spot. So you bring a left-hander Ossenmacher to pitch to Leon Durham.
And Rafael Ramirez will come out and play shortstop.
Here comes Paul Ossenmacher. What did the late Fordham Flash Frankie Frisch used to say? Oh,
them bases on balls.
Yeah, we've had a ton of them already today. O'Neill leaves. Ossenmacher comes on. Ramirez goes to shortstop. Ramirez will lead off the 15th if there is one. You know, another thing you do on it would have been unlikely with a left-handed hitter Durham up, but Dawson is the kind of guy whose legs are in pretty decent shape. He's had that slight hamstring. With a right-hander, he would have gotten a little bit better jump off first base, not necessarily to steal, but to break up a double play. With an Andre, as well as he's performed, you never know. He might have tried to steal, but with a left-hander, you cut that down too and cut his leadoff base, and he also negate somewhat Leon Durham, the left-handed hitter. There's another bullpen ERA. It's been troublesome for this Braves staff.
Baseball next Saturday on NBC. The way this is going, Tony, you and I might just as well stay here in Chicago. We'll just hop a cab over to the south side. Over to Comiskey. Red Sox, White Sox for us. Phillies, Dodgers from L.A. for Vin and Joe. This is the kind of game that would have given the Fordham Flash heart failure. As he agonized over the walks, there have been 19 of them. 10 issued by the Cubs, 9 by the Braves. Ossenmacher is the 11th pitcher used, 6 by Chicago, 5 for Atlanta.
Paul's got a pretty good curveball. He's been tried in the starting rotation, in relief. Can he throw the breaking ball for strikes to Leon Durham? And of course, if you're going to throw breaking balls, and he does have control problems, if you bounce it, you got speed on first base and Andre Dawson, and he ends up in scoring position. Muntz starting to pack the cleats.
His last time up, Durham really crushed one, but the wind forced it down, and Murphy made the catch in front of the track and right.
So many guys out of this Atlanta bullpen have allowed as many walks as strikeouts, or even more in a lot of cases. Jim Akers had control problems. Ossenmacher didn't pitch that much, just 8 1/3, but he's walked 5 and struck out just 7. That'll inflate your ERA in a hurry.
To Durham, way outside from Ossenmacher.
Once again, the outfield moving way back to the warning track, so the gapper or the one over their heads cannot score the runner Dawson from first with that speed. I mean, you couldn't hit a ball over Murphy's head or James or Griffey. The only way you'd get over the head is if it's in the seats.
1-1.
Baltimore's starting to roll a little bit, aren't they? Eddie Murray's beginning to hit. Ripken's hit since day 1 of the season.
And as a team, the Orioles are just home run crazy.
They're leading the major leagues in home runs, aren't they?
Breaking ball, tap foul. Let's pause briefly here, folks, for station identification. This is the NBC television network. Bob Costas and Tony Kubek were in the last half of the 14th at Wrigley. There's the story, and here's the pitch. 2-2 now to Durham. If there is a 15th, Ramirez, who's just entered the game, starts it for Atlanta, followed by Dion James and Ken Oberkfell.
36 players using the ball game, 20 by Gene Michael.
It holds at 2-2.
Chuck Tanner still got Benedict, Hubbard, and Ted Simmons. He's got Ed Olwine from the left side and Jim Acker from the right in his bullpen.
Breaking ball bounced down to first, foul ball.
He hung a curveball. Fortunately, he got it inside and too high, where the only thing Durham could do was pull it. And pull it foul. You know, a lot of the pitchers we've seen today, Bob, have been off-speed pitchers. The two starters, seems a long time ago, Lynch and Mailer were breaking ball pitchers basically. And on a cool, windy day like this, it may have something to do with the numbers of walks. We haven't seen a whole lot of power pitchers out there. We tried to put spin on the ball is slippery, and you lose control with it.
He got him.
Threw a fastball right by him.
Yeah, late swing, foul tip back into Virgil's glove.
He'd thrown him about 3 or 4 consecutive curveballs, hung one on the foul tap to first base, and Leon's got breaking ball in the back of his mind, and he was quite a bit late. It was almost in the catcher's glove.
So it's Sundberg's turn.
Now, Greg Nettles just went in to the pitcher and said, look, pal, this is a hitter up there in Sundberg. The next hitter is Jamie Moyer. So no matter what you do, don't give this guy a good pitch, because Moyer's the on-deck hitter, and he's a pitcher, and the veteran Nettles went and did it. He reminded Ossenmacher of that fact.
Both bullpens are silent. So Sundberg gets a hit that doesn't end the game. Moyer apparently will bat. 1-1. It's 6 o'clock in Chicago, which means two things, which I'll tell you after this pitch.
I can't wait.
I'll bet. Out of play. One, and least importantly, my plane to LaGuardia just taxied down the runway, but there will be others. More importantly, I'd say we can play about 45 minutes more from right now.
Daylight saving time, heck, yeah, it's a little overcast. Doggone, you could play another hour and a half or 2 hours in this, couldn't you?
I don't think so. I think 45 minutes to an hour. I think around 7 o'clock maybe is your cutoff. They might try to complete whatever inning is in progress.
There he goes.
Runner going, and he gets by.
He's going to go to third.
Second, big turn on his way to third.
He's got him hung up.
They have no play.
They picked the right pitch. They were looking breaking ball, and Andre Dawson kind of just sneaked off first base bag, and he took off running. You can see him pounding that right leg. He's had that hamstring pull. Dawson's been on the disabled list once in his major league career. That was last year with a severe hamstring pull. And right there you can say he extended it. They're going to walk Sundberg now to get to Jamie Moyer, the pitcher. So you can see by Andre Dawson, by doing this, he takes the bat out of Sundberg's hands. What seemed like a smart play wasn't.
There's no wild pitch on that. It's a stolen base because Dawson was going. Had he moved on to third, you got a different story.
It was a hard breaking ball, and he Andres thinks, I'm going to try it. John Vukovic, as he gets halfway down, says, you better retreat, pal. And Ozzie Virgil couldn't make that long a throw to second base, but to third base he would have and might have had a chance at Andre. Now they're going to take a walk out again and talk about the switching of signals and what's at stake with Moyer up. The 24-man roster.
Moyer grounded to short. His only time up. Ball one. Dunston on deck. Dawson at second, Sundberg at first. Two out, tied at 6, last of the 14. 1-1. A look down at Vukovic in the third base coach's box.
One thing, Moyer looks confident in the batter's box, doesn't he?
He looks like an athlete, no doubt about it.
He is that. He's a good fielder. He doesn't like that breaking ball.
Yeah, he buckled on the breaking ball, no doubt about it.
It was a hanging breaking ball, too, up in the strike zone that Assenmacher overthrew and it straightened out.
A strike away from the 15th. And here we go. To the 15th inning at Wrigley Field in Chicago. And we'll be right back after these messages from your local station. Because Jamie Moyer couldn't get a hit, he'll have to continue to pitch. We go to the 15th. Ramirez, who came in on the double switch, occupies the 9th spot on the order, so he leads off here.
Rafi's got one pinch hit in 2 at-bats, but with that one hit, he drove in 3 runs. Technically, with a double switch, this is not a pinch-hitting appearance.
You got it.
Not just technically. Any way to look at it.
You bet. Ball one in the dirt. Assenmacher, the pitcher, is tucked into the 8th spot in the order, vacated by Thomas. John McSherry just looked up here as if to say, somebody call Mr. Giamatti and put in for my overtime, huh? Ramirez hits it foul.
Andre Dawson out in right field, and with that wind factor, this is how the wind can change defensive play. Ramirez will hit the ball on occasion, but Dawson playing very shallow in right field. Anything in the air he knows is going to get killed. So he's protecting against that little looper. Look at how much territory behind him.
He reaches for that one, had him off stride. Here's a pop-up that Dunston retreats on. And that's the first out in the 15th.
So one thing, you end up messing up your pitching rotation if you're looking at a Gene Michael. This guy scheduled to pitch a few days from now, pitched 2 days ago. Between starts where he might have thrown on the side anyway. But if he keeps going like this, when do you start? I guess you'd have to start one of the other pitchers 1 day short of rest. That's Sanderson, who's had some injury problems. It's tough to do with him.
Swing and a miss by Dion James, who had a single his last time up. Michael's forces are depleted.
He's used 20 guys.
One and two. Well, he hasn't used Lee Smith. He hasn't used tomorrow's starter Sutcliffe, who might come in eventually as a pinch hitter, or yesterday's starter Sanderson. And who's the other guy? Some other starter he hasn't used.
Maddox, did you mention him?
Greg Maddox, that's the guy.
You know, this is a great experience, though, for Jamie Moyer. Some people feel that his fastball is not going to be good enough the second and third time through the league, where they can sit on his changeup, his best pitch. That his best place might be out of the bullpen. Setting up Lee Smith. Spot starting.
2-2. Oberkfell on deck. Full count.
He will throw that changeup any time in the count to any hitter. He'll throw it 3-2. He just threw it 2-2. He has tremendous confidence in it.
And he walks him. So he was ahead of him and let him go.
Deion James' on-base percentage has been outstanding. About .450 hitting out of that leadoff spot for Chuck Tanner.
Temperatures were in the low 50s at game time. It's really teeth-chattering weather now at Wrigley. Fastball outside.
Ooh, almost threw that right by the ball.
And this time he's got James diving back.
He's still getting back very easily.
Called strike. Baseball is not a game of endurance in the sense that basketball is. If a basketball game went 4 or 5 overtimes, you'd rightly talk about the fatigue factor. It's not a game of constant physical contact like football is. So if a football game drags on into sudden death, you ask about fatigue. Ground ball to second. Sandberg gets one. Dunston on the first, and what a scoop by Durham to complete the 4-6-3. And we'll complete our thought about the fatigue factor in a marathon baseball game when we come back. Something tells me we're going to have plenty of time.
There have been some outstanding pivots turned around the bag. Dunston upsetting Oberkfell, and now James trying to take out Dunston, but an outstanding scoop by Leon Durham to complete the double play. Here it is again, a 4, a 6. James bearing down, and because he threw it so hard, the ball stayed down. Sometimes you just flip the ball, it's like a powder puff, and it goes over the glove of the first baseman. But Sean Dunston armed, the ball skips with his velocity.
Dunston in the last of the 15th against Ossenmacher. Grounded foul. All right, I was starting to ask you the question. In a basketball or football game, the fatigue factor is obvious if it goes into overtime. But in a baseball game, outside of the pitcher, if he works a long stint, or maybe the catcher, how tired do you get as a baseball player if a game goes 15, 16 innings? This one's popped up.
Should blow in the seats.
And it will blow in the seats.
Well, first of all, it disrupts your pitching staff, which is going to happen to Gene Michael having to pitch Jamie Moore. Not only the starting staff, but it disrupts your bullpen. I mean, both bullpens have had quite a bit of work. It would be a lot worse on the players if this were a night game, although it's gradually getting into nighttime, and you had to come out and play a day game. Now, this is a day game today, day game tomorrow here in Wrigley Field. What it does more than physically, I think it can wear you out mentally. Usually after a game like this, I don't know if it's usually, but a lot of times you see a very sluggish game the next day. Because mentally, try to maintain your intensity. Because, you know, every play and every at-bat's so much importance. You can burn yourself out in a game like this. And it can affect you a day or so afterwards. Did he hurt something when he swung?
He fouled the ball down off his left ankle or instep, looked like.
I thought it was something. It missed his foot. I thought from the strength of the swing, he may have pulled something, twisted his ankle. I don't think that ball hit him. I think he just swung so hard that his cleats got caught with the front foot. I mean, he was involved in a pretty good takeout at second base. He was doing the taking out of Oberkfell.
Well, Dunston has literally been battered from head to toe.
What they've tried to do with him, now you just saw it. He is the kind of kid who, when he swings, he actually, his feet leave the ground. He swings so hard. And that's one thing Billy Williams has worked on with. Hey, look, keep both feet on the ground, pal. You don't stop swinging at those pitches above your head.
1-2 pitch. Misses outside.
That was a setup pitch way out of the strike zone outside. Let's see if he bounces the curve down and in. He comes inside with something.
He tried to. He got the inside corner, but it was low.
There have not only been a lot of pitchers, but a lot of pitches thrown in this ball game. A lot of deep counts. We've talked about all the walks, about 19 to this point. Or is it 20 now? The scorecard's run off the page. Bad pitch. It's ball 4.
He went after the big breaking ball and swung and missed. That's the way it opens in the last half of the 15th.
When this kid, Sean Dunston, learns not to get himself out so often, he's got a chance to be something. Will he ever learn, though? I don't know. He was looking fastball. He jumped off the ground. The ball actually, when it hit the catcher's glove, was about belt high. When it crossed the strike zone area, the front plate of the plate, it was probably a ball.
Ball 1 to Martinez. This is popped into shallow left. Griffey's coming in, and he gets there. Started to say it was Martinez's spectacular catch back in the 13th off Gerald Perry that prolonged the game. It would have scored at least 1, maybe 2 runs. A drive to the wall in left center with runners at first and second.
You think they're on the finishing holes at the Mazda LPGA yet?
Yeah, they're back in the clubhouse watching us. And cursing at us for the lost exposure. Here comes Trio. It's his 4th at-bat. He had a double his last time. He came in the game in the 9th. On a double switch, replacing Moreland at third base, so he occupies the 9th spot in the order. Quickly 0-2.
Another pitcher with good stuff, but can he throw the ball in the strike zone? Paul Assenmacher. Good tailing fastball. We've seen the breaking ball. He hangs a lot. I think this is the kind of guy that just needs a lot of innings to get his feet on the ground.
Outside 1-2. Trio has 3 home runs this year in just 39 at-bats. Power is not truly his game, but he'll rock one occasionally.
Giants that year, he had that great start, home run bat.
Tapped in front of the plate. Assenmacher lets Virgil take it, and he throws Trio out. 16th inning looms just up ahead. Don't go anywhere. As students of baseball history know, we are nowhere near the record for the longest game, and besides at Wrigley, we can't get there anyway. We've got about half an hour, maybe 40 minutes more of playing time remaining here. The record is 26 innings. That was a 1-1 tie between the Boston Braves and the Brooklyn Dodgers back in the 20s. The Mets and the Cardinals played a 25-inning game in '74, I believe, at Shea Stadium. And the Yankees played a 22-inning game, but you were in the service back in 1962.
Jack Reed won it with a home run. His only major league home run, as I recall. Heck, this keeps going on. You may get a chance to tell all the baseball fans about the famous homer in the Gloman.
Hit by Gabby Hartnett here at Wrigley to win the pennant in what, 1938?
Yeah, I think 3 days after that, hit off Mace Brown, didn't he? 3 days later, the Cubs clinched the pennant, I believe. And historic ballpark, to say the least. We talked about the Ruth Call shot. Bernie Banks, Billy Williams, great Cubs team to the past. RBI record set here. Best thing about it, it's great for the fans. If you had an inkling, you could reach out and hug your favorite player.
And Moyer starts the 16th by fanning Perry.
He made a great pitch. Up and in with the fastball. Perry looking out over the plate for something breaking or off speed. he has a feel for pitching, and if he pitches inside like this, like they've wanted him to, he's got a chance to be outstanding. He's the kind of kid that's not going to stop learning. He has a great aptitude for this game and for pitching and a feel for it. He may not have the greatest of arms, but he knows how to move the ball around.
Murphy.
Ball hit to left field would get a little bit of help, that Crossman now.
Murphy's the kind of guy who could get it done.
And you know what? Sundberg, perhaps because of that, is staying away from the breaking ball. The first two pitches were fastballs, staying away from the changeup and breaking ball. He says if you're going to hit at Murphy, run the fastball away, making it into the wind to right field. There's the change.
Fouled out of play. If you're just joining us, Moyer was Thursday's starter for the Cubs. He lasted 2 1/3, bombed out of there by the Reds. Cubs eventually came back and won 8-7. This is his 4th full inning of work in this game. He came in with 2 out on the 12th. He got the last out. He's worked the 13th, 14th, and 15th.
8th plate appearance for Murphy. This can tear your batting average up or help him. Of course, he's walked 4 times in this game, once intentionally. So he'll stay right on his average.
On the other hand, guys like Virgil and Thomas have fallen into slumps in the context of one game.
Heck, Ryan Sandberg's 1 for 7, and he's hit the ball well about 4 or 5 times.
Virgil's 0 for 6 with a walk. Thomas was 0 for 7 before Ramirez replaced him.
Will he go change now? Look at the decoy by Sundberg.
He does, but he misses.
Sundberg thought he was going to catch Dale Murphy peeking. He did not show location until after the ball was almost released. Showed location with the fingers when he gave the sign, but he wouldn't tip it off to Murph. Watch Sundberg. He's already given a nice decoy inside in case he peeks. Now he slides outside. Sundberg talks about learning how to catch by catching guys like Gaylord Perry, Charlie Huff, Ferguson Jenkins when he was at Texas. He said, they taught me all I needed to know about catching and pitching.
Griffey stands in and takes a ball. About 2 hours ago, Griffey was named the MVP of this game by consensus up here in the booth and the boys in the truck.
Andre Dawson silenced you immediately.
At that point, Griffey had 3 hits, 3 RBIs, and the Braves led 6-4 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th and 2 strikes on Dawson.
Mumphrey hit that flare to keep her alive for Andre, and he did another dramatic thing as he's done so far this very, very young season.
Murphy with a modest lead at first. The pitch in the dirt. Good play by Sundberg.
Griffey looking down to Russ Nixon to say if he's got the go-ahead sign. He wants to look again. 2-0. I would think he's going to let him hit. Russ Nixon formerly managed the Cincinnati Reds.
And the 2-0. He laid off 3-0. Nettles on deck.
Now with Jamie Moyer out there, it's not a lead pipe cinch that Nettles will come to the plate, because there is still Ted Simmons, the switch hitter. Hubbard says he's ready to play coming off the injury. They've got Benedict who can come in defensively and catch if something happens. They've got all kinds of flip-flop moves they can still make, so.
And Griffey draws a walk.
Tanner's going to let the veteran hit. Well, you've got Benedict left, Hubbard left. Palmer, of course, pitched yesterday. Vallejo's a scheduled starter. Ed Olwine and Jim Acker in the bullpen, a left and right-hander.
Well, I asked about people being tired. On 42-year-old legs, you got to figure Nettles is feeling it a little bit, though he has stayed in very good shape. His batting average feeling it for sure. 0 for 6. 2 on, 1 out. The 1-0 pitch.
The outfield now with that lead run at second base can't play as deeply. He moved in just a shade. Martinez is cheated in. Mumphrey in left field. Dawson for the left-handed hitter back, but he charges the ball so well, and he'll have to if the ball gets on the ground through the infield in this tall grass.
Nettles skies one to center. Martinez started in, now goes back, shy of the track. He clutches it. Murphy tags, draws a throw, but doesn't go.
He's a pretty good thrower, isn't he, also, Martinez? They are rebuilding this farm system under Dallas Green. They've got some outstanding prospects. They tell me, Ned Coletti, the PR director, gave us their Pittsfield AA farm team. He said they've got 7 legitimate prospects. I'm talking about not just the Cub scouts, but the scouts from other teams really would love to have some of these guys. Of course, they've got Rafael Palmera at Iowa, left-handed hitter who can really smoke the ball. He's trying to work on his defense a little. It took a while to rebuild this farm system. Dallas Green, a master at that. He did such a great job at Philadelphia.
This is the kind of game, just wacky enough, that a guy who struck out 5 times would wind up winning it. That guy is Virgil. Inside, ball 1. Lost in the shuffle, Murphy, with his 5th walk of the game down at second. That ties the National League record for most walks in a game of any length, regulation or extra innings. But it's a record Murphy already shared. The Major League record, Jimmy Fox with 6. And this gets away. The runners move up to second and third as Sundberg chases it to the railing.
Well, you've got Ossenmacher scheduled next with first base open. Left-hander to right-hander Virgil, who's had a hot bat until today. He's hit a lot of home runs. He's become a good RBI man. And that's the reason why Chuck Tanner got the bullpen going in a hurry, because he will pinch hit, and Gene Michael knows it. He's probably set up a veteran like Ted Simmons. Sundberg to remind Moyer, hey, look, pitcher's up next. He may pinch hit, but I just want to remind you what we're going to do. Be sure to cover home plate. That ball went off Sundberg's wrist also, I believe. It's why he's trying to buy a little time. He's holding the back of his arm.
It scored a wild pitch.
Jim
and there's
Acker.
Jim Acker. The count is 2-0. Fastball for a strike. Just to finish that thought on Murphy, Jimmy Fox with 6 walks back in 1938. Andre Thornton of the Indians a few years ago, 6 walks in a 16-inning game. Murphy has 5 free passes today. Fastball up and in, 3-1.
Sundberg also may have gone out there just to remind Jamie Moyer. With Murphy on third, we're going to pitch from the stretch.
And here's the 3-1. Change up, and he missed with it, so Virgil has his 2nd consecutive walk. Simmons had a bat in the dugout, and here he comes.
Ted Simmons, with every base hits he gets, pushes himself a little bit closer to the Hall of Fame. He's not a shoo-in, but boy, he's thrown some numbers on the board.
Simmons won a game with a hit in the 9th against the Cardinals earlier this week in Atlanta.
Teddy hitting .261 left-handed, .258 right-handed. On the right side, he's got his only 2 home runs. He's got 9 of his 10 RBIs, hitting right-handed.
But check out his pinch hitting performance.
This whole bench has pinched it well. They did last year. They called him the bomb squad. He named them. They pinched it well last year also.
Down low, Simmons is 6 for 10 as a pinch hitter.
2 home runs and 5 RBIs.
And the 1-0 pitch. 2-0. And now Moyer gets to the spot where he's got to serve up a fat one for Simmons.
Just having started a couple of days ago. The stiffness perhaps setting in on this cool day.
Top of the 16th. And he lines it foul down into the empty Cub bullpen.
That was either the Moyer changeup or he's petering out a little bit, or he tried to overthrow a fastball, got nothing on it. It just looked like he aimed that pitch to throw a strike, and Simmons just missed it.
The youngster Moyer against the veteran Simmons, who's had 7 seasons where he topped the 300 mark, most with the Cardinals, couple with Milwaukee. Pop back. Does it make the seats? It does. And so it's 2-2. Simmons, a lifetime .286 hitter, .297 as a National Leaguer, as he had most of his great years with the Cardinals.
Well, he struggled when he went over to the Brewers for a couple, with all that off-speed stuff.
But then he bounced back in one year, hit .308 for the Brewers.
Sure did.
Trying to snap a 6-all tie. Bases loaded, 2 out, top of the 16th, the 2-2 pitch. A bouncing ball.
Whoa.
Trio gets his chest in front of it and moves to third for the tag on the base, and we move to the last half of the 16th. Look at Trio. He's laughing.
17 left on base for Atlanta.
Here's Manny Trio's play on the hopper off Simmons' bat. He doesn't play it cleanly, but he's able to press it between his glove and his chest and move to third for the force play. So to the bottom half of the 16th.
Cubs pitchers have walked 14. We'll see Jim Acker. A sinker ball, knuckle curve, a little slider. Jim Acker's had difficulty keep his balls. He's been up a little bit with most of his stuff. They've been trying to work some problems out of his mechanics. See, the first thing he did when he got that ball, took it and really rubbed it in the palm of his glove, as if to make it a little bit slicker. Now you look at stuff like that, and technically if Mr. Giamatti is trying to stop cheating, I think that's cheating right there. You're defacing the ball right there, rubbing it in the palm of your glove. Or Bob Forsch from the Cardinals, who takes his fingernails and roughs the seams up, tries to raise them a little bit.
Acker to Sandberg. And Ozzie Virgil feels the effects a little bit. Acker, as you notice, works out of the stretch, even with nobody on base.
Was the first ever to do it. Man right in this ballpark, Bruce Sutter.
First
Cubs.
I recall.
Some think it was.
Maybe somebody did it way back when, but in recent history, I think Sutter was the first. There have been 24 walks in this game, 10 by the Cubs, 14 by Atlanta pitchers. The National League record for most walks in an extra inning game is 25. And it will surprise no one that the Cubs were involved in both of those games. Most recently against the Padres in 1974. In a 13-inning game, the Padres issued 13 walks, the Cubs 12. Then there was one against Cincinnati in 42, where 25 walks were issued. This one bounds through. Sandberg leads off the 16th with a hit.
Comes down what they want. Speed on the bases with a left-handed hitter up who puts the ball in play with Andre Dawson to follow. Sandberg has played a lot of pepper with the shortstop today. He's grounded out 3 times. He finally sneaks one to the shortstop's right. Acker threw a sinker ball just like he wanted to, but it found a hole. Will Gene Michaels sacrifice? If he does, they walk Dawson. So Nettles is looking for it, and Perry may be charging, but I think he's going to swing away, or at least give Sandberg a chance to steal and not give up an out. They're looking but it would certainly surprise me. And if you walk Dawson, you still got Durham, but I'd rather
4-0 to Mumphrey. Toward left field. Griffey coming on. Won't get it. And he can't cut it off. Sandberg might score.
He's coming.
Vukovich waving him home. No play. The Cubs win it. With his 4th hit. I guess it'll be scored a double. That would be his 3rd double of the game.
They bunch Mumphrey up the middle, giving him the left field line. He does what he does best. Circles the left field, and Sandberg